Copy complete.
Hey guys. Hang on a second, let me sort myself out here. Blue is really badly outnumbered on Enigmas, and Alpin's hasn't populated yet, so we'll do some F5 stuff for a bit. If I can remember how to start this plane up, which I apparently can't. Opening screen, that's always, well, not always been there, it's been there for ages. Veritech made it for me. Fucking hung started. Shit. There we go, that's better. I think that's everything except the nose wheel, which we'll do now. Oh, trim, right. I'm going to sleep. Yeah, I couldn't sleep very well last night, so fuck it. This is the first time I've actually played DCS in about a week. I've done some testing of stuff, but I haven't actually played it, because oddly enough I haven't been in the mood, who would have thought. Let me just unfuck my track IR here. One, 253, I think, is Overlord for blue. Overlord, Circus 1-4, set tripwire 7. Overlord, Circus 1-4, set tripwire 7. Fuck me, I guess. Or is it 254? I can't remember on blue. Let me just double check everything. Yeah, Overlord bot. Am I connected to... No, I'm not. Fucking... No, I was. Okay, interesting. So I am connected to the right server, it's just not working. For whatever reason. Radio's on. Oh, now I can't transmit. I'm gonna have to restart SRS, I think. 259 secondary Overlord. Hey Chocolate, just a resub, man. Overlord, Circus 1-4, set tripwire 15.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, copy, warning 15 nautical miles.
Oh, the game's running like shit as well, for fuck's sake. It's gonna be one of those days, I can already tell. Wait, did I ask it for 7 or 15? I don't even remember. Shit. Overlord, Circus 1-4, set tripwire 7. I'm used to setting it in fucking kilometers. Oh, don't you fucking... Overlord, Circus 1-4, set tripwire 7. Overlord, Circus 1-4, set tripwire 8. Fuck my life. Overlord, Circus 1-4, cancel tripwire. Bro. Overlord, Circus 1-4, cancel tripwire. Overlord, Circus 1-4, set tripwire 1 mile. Bro, I fucking give up. Whatever. Everyone's gonna be getting my fucking tripwire calls now. suppose one of the nice things about VR is you don't ever have to worry about it getting out of alignment. But I fidget constantly, so my track IR needs resetting all the time because it's always drifting off to one side or other. Turn the gain down a bit on the radar so I can spot stuff a little easier. VR always end up resetting it too. If your chair moves at all, if you shift your posture, you gotta... Oh, okay, well, same problem then, I guess. Overlord, Circus 1-4, set tripwire, 7 miles.
Circus 1-4, Overlord.
Thanks.
Copy. Warning 7 nautical miles.
Finally. We'll see how long I can put up with this for. The frames are kind of pissing me off already. I wasn't sure what to play today. I kind of don't really feel like playing anything, to be perfectly honest, but I know it's been a while since I streamed last, so I figured I'd force myself. Overlord, Circus 1-4, Boogie Dirt. Hey, Cody.
Circus 1-4, Overlord. Raw, 113, 60, 1000, flag northwest, Fishman.
I don't want to comment too much on current goings on, otherwise I'll fucking send myself into a 3-hour rant and lose my voice. Probably piss off like half my viewers, but it's fucked, man. It's so bad. The one time in my life I really would have liked to actually be right about something, and I wasn't. So for anyone who's watching and not in my Discord, we've been paying very, very close attention to the news, and it's not looking real great. So it's kind of sat my will to play stuff. Radar's so broken.
Is this some kind of Neville Chamberlain joke that I'm too tanky
It is.
to understand?
It is, yes. I couldn't think of a witty stream title, so I thought we'll fall back on the old self-deprecating humor. It's the only thing I've got left at this point. Overlord, Circus 1-4, Burrito.
Circus 1-4, Overlord. Raw, 113, 34, 1000, hot, Fishman.
Hey Dibbo. Cheers to the resub, man. Appreciate it. 31 months, dude. God damn. I think you're one of my longest running subs. Don't be giving me this stuttering bullshit, DCS.
Hype.
Hey Jan42. Thanks for the bits. Roland's up ahead. That'll be our depot. What are my sidewinders seeing? just faintly see a smoke trail right, like, 10 o'clock from the Pippa. The seekers on these things are so ridiculous. Overlord, Circus 1-4, Bogey Dope. Fucking pick shit up before you can see it on the radar, let alone with your eyes.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, Raw, 119, 35, 4000.
That's friendly anyway, or a helicopter. Cheers, chocolate. Bro, what is it seeing? Like, I can't even visually see whatever this missile seeker can see. What the fuck, man? Fire it, you'll see. It's probably out of like kinematic range of the missile. The seeker can see further than the missile can fly. Overlord, Circus 1-4, Bogey Dope.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, Raw, 120, 16, 2000, beam southwest, Fishman.
These stutters are killing me, man. Absolutely killing me. I don't know what it is about Enigma's server, but it either runs butter smooth or, like, not at all. And there seems to be no rhyme or reason to it at all.
Circus
That's the
1-4,
rush because I'm waiting for cement to
Raw,
drop.
113, 7, 1000,
Do not
beam
freeze.
northeast, Fishman.
I don't see him. Oh, yes I do. Yes I do. Hello, little buddy. There's a hind under him. Something else.
Circus
going on
1-4,
too.
merged, 099, 2000, Fishman.
That should be in range. Splash, and we're gonna climb up. Because there's a hind under me, and I don't want to fuck with that. Don't want to catch a ATGM to the face. It's AAA over here. Overlord, Circus 1-4, Bogey Dope.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, Raw, 111, 8, 1000, flank north, Frogfoot. Circus 1-4, threat, Raw, 113, 7, 1000, beam north, Frogfoot.
Overlord, Circus 1-4, Bogey Dope.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, Raw, 086, 4, 1000, beam north, Frogfoot.
Don't see him yet.
Circus 1-4, merged, 065, 1000, Frogfoot.
He's right in front of me somewhere. I'd turn on him for like half a second there. Overlord, Circus 1-4, Bogey Dope.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, Raw, 023, 1, 2000, beam northwest, Frogfoot.
so blind. There you are. Smoke trails gave him away. I still don't visually see him. We got him locked. There he is. Oh, he saw the launch. Okay, it's gonna be like that, is it? He's keeping his weapons on board, which is good news. He's gonna be fat and heavy, as opposed to fat and light, I guess. Just live in the vertical here. I hope I don't get third-partied.
Circus 1-4. Threat. Broad.
I'm gonna get
096.
third-partied. What was that maneuver?
7,000. Hot. Fast. Fish bed. Frogfoot. Circus 1-4. Merged. 076. 5,000. Fish bed.
Out of guns. Shit. My aim is really bad today.
Circus 1-4. Merged. 135. 11,000. Frogfoot.
I'm out of flares, I think. Yeah. We're just gonna run. We got plenty of fuel, so I don't need to worry about that at least. Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope. Oh, do not stutter now.
Circus 1-4. Overlord. Broad. 217. 9. 12,000. Drag southwest. Frogfoot.
Well, we got out of that somehow. Something jamming there? Yeah, there's something jamming in front of me. Two somethings. Might be bombers. Too bad I don't have any fucking ammo left. Nah, he'll still be able to go. If he's on one engine with no hides, he can still fly. Fuck, I've nearly won a... Well, I think I have won a dogfight with an F5 on one engine and no hides. It's difficult, but you can do it. Let's burn it back home. May as well. We got the fuel for it. It's the server. That's why this server's really, really performance heavy, and also OBS. Like, when I'm not streaming and I play on here, it's butter smooth, but because I am streaming and the server's got a lot happening in it, it runs like shit sometimes. Like, sometimes it's perfectly smooth, sometimes it's not. It's, yeah. DCS doesn't give a shit how good your PC is. How many people are on? Oh, it's starting to fill up. I'll go check out Alpens in a bit. I was gonna hop on there first, but it was empty, so I'll wait a little while. Running a 2 PC setup? No. I mean, I still have my old PC here, but it's unplugged under my bed because I've got nowhere else to put it. I can't afford the power bills for a 2 PC setup. Sukumi City there. We're a bit further south than I thought we were. So that'll be Gadauda. Pick up a bit more altitude. I know my way around the Caucasus like the back of my hand at this point. Like, I don't need the F10 map for anything other than checking exactly where I am. Like, if I need to figure out how far I've got left to the front line, I use it sometimes then. Or if I'm trying to figure out like a flight path through the mountains. But when I'm just flying straight lines in a fighter, I don't need the map. In fact, if I was in the MiG-21, I'd be using my RSBN to navigate around. You can use the TACAN in the F5, I just don't know what the TACAN codes are for the different airfields, and Caucasus doesn't have many TACANs, I don't think. Whereas a lot of the other maps, it's the other way around, they don't have RSBN. So that's our industrial target there. That's Gadauda Air Base, Gadauda Bombora. So Sochi, that'll be Gadauda City over there, and Sochi is up the coast that way, so we'll go more north. So that was reasonably successful. There was a MiG-21 killed and a Su-25 damaged. Check and see if we got credit since. No, okay, so he's either still flying or someone else got him, which is fine, as long as somebody got him. Hey, Marius. That's Sochi Adler down there. Never played any of the Souls games? No. I think I have one of the Dark Souls games, but I don't think... No, I've never played it. I think one of my friends bought it for me or told me to buy it on sale or something. I just never got around to playing it. Which is probably a good thing, because it seems like the kind of game that would send me to hospital with fucking blood pressure problems. To do that when I punch my tanks off. Oops. Came bought Elden Ring full price. I've heard a lot about Elden Ring like being a thing, but I have no idea what it is. I just know that a bunch of people are looking forward to it coming out, but I have no fucking clue what it is. It's really more Dark Souls with a little bit of Sekiro with a really good coat of paint.
Overlord, Stingray 1-1, set tripwire 20 miles.
Stingray 1-1, Overlord, copy, warning 20 nautical miles.
Overlord, Stingray 1-1, set tripwire 20 kilometers.
Strilla 1-1, Overlord, I could not find you on scope.
Overlord, Stingray 1-1, set tripwire 15 nautical miles.
Stingray 1-1, Overlord, copy, warning 50 nautical miles. Stingray 1-1, threat, bra,
It begins.
074, 24, 16,000, drag southeast, 8 ship Badger. Stingray 1-1, threat, bra, 113, 24, 2000, drag southeast, fishbed. Stingray 1-1, threat, bra, 067, 31, 15,000, flag south, 4 ship Badger. Stingray
Overlord,
1-1,
Stingray
threat,
1-1,
bra,
set tripwire
160,
15 nautical miles.
2000, flag northwest, fishbed.
Use numbers less than 10, dude.
Stingray 1-1, Overlord,
Overlord,
copy,
Stingray
warning
1-1,
50
set
nautical miles.
tripwire 10 nautical miles.
Stingray 1-1, threat, bra, 080, 19, 15,000, flag southwest, 8 ship Badger. Stingray 1-1, threat, bra, 123,
What the
20,
hell?
2000, hot, fishbed.
Pain.
Stingray 1-1, threat, bra, 065,
Fucking
25,
pain.
16,000, flag southwest, 4 ship Badger.
Oh, Jesus.
Stingray 1-1, threat, bra,
Alright, I'm gonna
165,
crash, 'cause there's no way we're getting out of this.
1000, beam east, fishbed. Stingray 1-1, Overlord, copy, warning 10 nautical miles.
Praise
There you go.
Jesus.
Sorry about that, boys.
Oh, man.
Stingray 1-1, threat, bra, 085, 10, 15,000, flag southwest, 8 ship Badger. Stingray 1-1, threat, bra, 058, 10, 16,000, flag southwest, 4 ship Badger. Stingray 1-1, merged, 131, 17,000, 4 ship Badger. Stingray 1-1, merged, 090, 15,000, 2 ship Badger. Stingray 1-1, merged, 091, 15,000, 2 ship Badger. Stingray 1-1, merged, 046, 16,000, 3 ship Badger. Stingray 1-1, merged, 044, 15,000, Badger.
A little high, but we'll make this work somehow. There's someone taking off down there as well. Okay, I was hoping to do this without the air brakes, but I think we are going to need them. but we're gonna land really, really long. We are gonna land really long regardless, because I'm bad. A little bit of a side slip to bleed some speed off. Front line's gonna move right as I'm on short final, so my PC's gonna freeze. Oh man. Come on. Little float, because it's the F5, it always does a little float the way I land it, and we're down.
Overlord, Stingray 1-1, bogey dope.
Stingray 1-1, Overlord, Bra, 107, 15, 1000, drag east, fish bed. Request refueling. Request rearming. Copy.
Overlord, Stingray 1-1, bogey dope.
Stingray 1-1, Overlord, Bra,
I still need to
21, 18,000.
still need to get a
drag east,
cable so I can
fish
hook
bed.
my controller up to my PC and I can start playing Rocket League, if anyone even still plays Rocket League. I really wanted to play the game. I had a bunch of friends that played it, and then I found out that playing on a keyboard and mouse with 300 ping is like the definition of suffering, so I haven't played it for a long time. And Beepski Mark 1 wouldn't recognize my controller, and Beepski Mark 2 will, but I just need the right cable for it.
Refueling complete. Rearming complete.
Overlord, Bunny 2-4, bogey dope.
Bunny X4, Overlord, I could not fully recognize your call sign.
Overlord, Bunny 2-4, bogey dope.
Bunny X4, Overlord, I could not fully recognize your call sign.
Overlord, Bunny 2-4, bogey dope.
Bunny X4.
Bunny X4, Overlord, I could not fully recognize your call sign.
Oh, rest in peace, my dude.
Stingray 1-1, threat, Bra, 111, 10, 3000, flank north, fish bed.
I shouldn't laugh, but it's fucking funny. It really has a lot of trouble with Australian accents too, for some reason. Out of all the Aussies that play this, I'm the only one that can understand.
Broadfoot.
And even then, it doesn't understand me.
Stingray 1-1, threat, Bra, 112, 10,
if you do the voice training, it recognizes what you say, but most people don't bother, right? Most people just assume it's going to work. Or, you know, it works well enough that they don't want to spend time doing it. So, you get a good laugh out of it every now and then, just refusing to recognize something. Or hilariously misinterpreting. Like, it apparently, looking through the logs for the bot, when I don't get a reply on a tripwire call, it's because it thinks I'm saying require, not tripwire for some reason.
Overlord, I could not find you on scope.
Overlord's really not having a good one today.
Stingray 1-1, bogey dope.
Stingray 1-1, Overlord, Bra, 0795, 1000, drag northeast, Frogfoot. Stingray 1-1, merged, 124, 2000, Fishman.
By the way, guys, those of you who are in my Discord might have seen it already in the Find a Wingman channel, but Alpin he's made a new mission. He's going to be running it next weekend, I think Saturday at 7 PM GMT, or 7 PM Zulu, I should say. And it involves both the A4 mod and nukes. So it's kind of a trial run. Those won't become regular things on the server, it's just he wanted to make a special mission that includes them so people can try them out, and we can get an idea of what the issues actually are versus what we think the issues are going to be. So it should be interesting. I will try and be streaming that if I'm actually around for it, and if the world hasn't ended and I haven't drunk myself into a stupor trying to cope with it. Yeah, we'll see how we go. But just as a heads up to you guys who might be interested. Also, Yink has made a event, which is based on Libya. In fact, I wish this thing had an autopilot. I'd open up Discord and read it off to you. But...
Overlord, I could not find you on scope.
Overlord, Stingray 1-1, bogey dope.
Stingray 1-1, Overlord, Bra, 056, 11, 2000.
It's the Gulf of Sidra,
Frogfoot.
2vs2 arena. So, let me just grab that link, and yeet. There you go. So that's Yink's event that he's running. I hope not swipe, but it's not looking real good. I don't want to get too far into it because it's some really doomer shit, but put it this way, by doing what he has done, fucking Putla has basically guaranteed Russia's going to have the 90s, but worse. They're going to be entirely reliant on China, which means they're going to become a Chinese vassal state. And on top of all that, because he's got nothing left to lose, he's starting to threaten nukes now. Will he use them? I don't know, I hope not.
0667, 1000.
Rationally, no, but none of what's happening in Ukraine right now is rational. Like, none of it. None of it makes sense. None of the Russian invasion plan makes sense. Like, none of what they're doing makes any sense. None of the fucking rhetoric coming out of the Russian side makes any... Like, it's batshit insane. Like, full owning up here on my part. If I'd actually paid more attention to Russia's domestic politics in the lead up to this, I might have seen it coming. Because, holy fuck, it's like actual blood and soil type shit. It's really bad.
Stingray 1-1, Overlord, Bra, 228.
The only saving grace,
12,000, drag
literally the
west,
only
Fishman.
saving grace here. And of course, like, the thing is, I understand why they're doing it, but Europe is kind of escalating their side of things. It's Russia's fault. Like, okay, so remember how before on stream I said that the West really should have, like, paid more attention to Russia's feelings about shit? They should have, but that should have been 30 years ago. It's too fucking late now. And whatever legitimate concerns they do have, fucking whatever, because they've gone and done this. Like, there's no question about whose fault the current state of affairs is. But, like, this is the thing with foreign policy and global events, right?
Overlord, Stingray 1-1,
The
bogey
thing
dope.
happening now was set in place 30 years
Stingray
ago.
1-1,
Like,
Overlord,
that's the
I
issue
could
with
not
trying
find you on
to do
scope.
anything with geopolitics.
Overlord,
What's
Stingray
happening
1-1,
now
bogey
started
dope.
30 years ago, and you can't put the brakes on it by the time it starts happening.
Stingray 1-1, Overlord, Bra,
But-
247, 24, 12,000.
It's,
Drag west,
It's
Fishman.
some pretty wild shit. Pretty wild shit. Germany, yeah, Germany has a military again. It only took this to wake them up. I mean, okay, so I got myself sidetracked. Positive things to come out of this. Europe is finally getting to the point where it can get off America's dick again and make decisions for itself. That's good. And the other thing is, Putin has fucked Russia up so badly in the space of a week. He has destroyed the country, basically. Like, even though they might be going, oh, we're stronger than ever, he's destroyed the country in the space of a week. Like, they're probably not going to recover from this for another 20 years. And so the only positive to come out of that is he might get thrown out a window, maybe. Fingers crossed. Like, he's pissed off a lot of people. The oligarchs are furious at him because all their fucking assets got frozen. The military's furious at him because this is a clusterfuck. The VDV, the paratroopers, are especially furious because they got completely thrown under the bus for this. Obviously, the Ukrainians are fucking furious at him. The Chinese are furious at him because he's just basically bolstered NATO and the US. Like, this is the exact opposite of what they would have wanted to happen. Like, he's pissed everybody off. Other than Assad, I don't think he's got a single genuine friend left anywhere in the world at this point. So maybe sooner or later somebody will make a move on him, hopefully before he gets too kooky and decides to press the fucking funny red button.
Stingray 1-1.
But it's bad, man.
050, 10, 1000.
I guess
Northwest, Frogfoot.
one positive of it is, aside from, like, what the Russians are doing is really weird. It's like, you know, the political constraints put on the Americans in the early stages of Vietnam, in the air campaign in particular. It's like Rolling Thunder, but on crack. Like, they aren't doing any of the things the military should be doing. And it seems like it's either political constraints or intentional sabotage during the planning phase. Like, none of this, like, actually adheres to the way their military is supposed to operate. None of it follows their own doctrine. It's just fucking bizarre. But the positive thing to come out of it is, because of that, the losses on both sides are relatively low, and there's not been a lot of damage to the country other than military infrastructure so far. Hopefully it stays that way. And the other thing is that a lot of the Russian troops involved seem to be very unwilling to fight Ukrainians, which makes perfect fucking sense, because they might be shooting a member of their extended family. So, I don't know, like, I'm hoping that this comes to a peaceful resolution without conceding too much to fucking Putla, because the last thing we need is him getting the idea he's got his way. But I don't know, dudes. I don't know. Ukraine's military situation's not looking real crash hot at the moment. They're fighting really well. Like, don't get me wrong, the Ukrainians are fighting really, really well for what they have. But their main armies, like the professional core of their armies, are at risk of getting cut off at the moment. Yeah, exactly. It's always ordinary people. It's ordinary people in Russia and Ukraine paying for fucking Putin's batshit insane ideas about, you know, an ancestral Russian homeland. Like, just fuck off, dude. This is where nationalism gets you. Every time. Every fucking time, this is where it gets you. Some piece of shit gets some stupid irredentist idea about their next door neighbor and decides it's time to go fucking blood and soil them. Every single fucking time.
Overlord, Stingray 1-1.
Again, I've been awake for 25 ish hours. Go to sleep, dude. Go to sleep.
Stingray 1-1. Overlord. Ra. 176. 10. 500. Hot. Farmer.
Just don't be
Stingray
awake,
1-1.
forehead.
Brett. Ra. 177. 10. 500. Hot. Farmer.
Overlord Circus 1-4, Buggy Dirt.
Break. Stingray 1-1. Merged. 189. 500. Farmer. Stingray 1-1. Threat. Ra. 227. 10. 500. Drag west. Fast. Fishman.
As I said in Discord
Circus
the other day,
Overlord.
I might have said it
Ra.
in Vodka
119.
Discord.
10. 1000. Drag southeast. Frogfoot. Stingray 1-1.
As I said in
Threat.
Vodka Discord,
Ra.
I think it was
183.
actually, the other
10.
week, when
4000.
I can't
Flag
sleep,
forward.
but I
Fishman.
really need to sleep, I just watch videos about how to use the Apache, and it fucking puts me out like a light.
Circus 1-4,
Turn there.
threat, Bra, 127, 7, 1000, drag east, Frogfoot.
Bro, I'm blind as a fucking bat today. Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dart. There's something out over the water, I think. But that's not what I'm chasing.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, Bra, 098, 4, 2000, flank northwest, Frogfoot. Circus 1-4, merged, 089, 2000, Frogfoot.
There you are. Boop. Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dart.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, Bra, 148, 17, 500, beam west, Farmer, Fishman.
Fucking AAA. That was silly of me. I'm missing a flap on my left wing and I'm going to be trailing fuel. That's why we pay attention to where we are. Watch me overfly a fart now. Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dart.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, Bra, 144, 11, 4000, hot, Farmer, Fishman. Circus 1-4, threat, Bra, 137, 7, 7000, hot, Farmer, Fishman.
I'm so dead. Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dart.
Break, Circus 1-4, merged, 133, 6000, Farmer, Fishman. Circus 1-4, Overlord, Bra, 114, 2, 500, hot, Farmer, Fishman.
I'm dead. Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dart.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, Bra, 224, 1, 6000, drag west, Farmer, Fishman.
Be easier to spot them if my frame rate wasn't so shitty. Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dart.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, Bra, 117, 1, 1000, flank west, Farmer, Fishman.
I'll be amazed if I don't catch like an R3R or something here.
Circus 1-4, threat, Bra, 154, 7, 6000, hot, Fishman.
There's the MiG-19, he's already working in behind me, I am screwed.
Circus 1-4, merged, 153, 8000, Fishman.
I'm gonna do something very silly and spend all my energy here to try and spit him out the back. I mistimed that so badly. Be careful because of the damage. Oh, did he just friendly fire the MiG-19? I think he did. Come on, come on, come on. Get your nose around. Get your nose around. Catch that. Bye-bye. Where's the 19? Ooh. Planes flying kind of funny. There's the 19. Somebody just sonic boomed me. Oh, Jesus. How did I survive that? More to the point, where did he go? Oh, we're screwed? I'm missing something important? An engine, that's what I'm missing. Oh shit, it's another 21. Yeah, I don't have the speed. Fuck it. I think the 19 might have gone in. Hey, Sally! Oh god. I'm just gonna try and get out of here, I think. Probably not gonna work. I also don't know how much fuel I got, because I would have had a leak off that damage swing. But I don't have crossfeed on, so if that wing pissed out all its fuel but the other one's intact, I should be okay.
Circus 14, threat, Ra, 0255, 1000, beam northwest, Frogfoot.
I'm aware.
Circus 14, merged, 014, 1000, Frogfoot.
I sure love not being able to see behind myself at all. Overlord Circus 14, bogey dope, fish bed. Figure out where the nearest fighter is.
Circus 14, Overlord, Ra, 2201, 2000, hot, fast, fish bed.
Right up my ass. Try to keep my speed up. And lose him in the terrain if I can. Overlord Circus 14, bogey dope, fish bed. I'm gonna get jump scared here in a second.
Circus 14, Overlord, Ra, 0990, 4000, hot, fast, fish bed.
Don't freeze, don't freeze, don't freeze. Oh my god. DCS, you piece of shit. Oh my god, why does it do this? Come on, man, fuck. Overlord Circus 14, bogey dope.
Circus 14, Overlord, Ra, 1801, 6000, drag southwest, fish bed.
Has he broken off? Oh my god, I think he's broken off. Overlord Circus 14, bogey dope, fish bed.
Circus 14, Overlord, Ra, 1459, 1000, drag east, fast, fish bed.
I think we made it. I think we fucking made it. I don't know how. But I think we made it. Oh man. Oh man, Carapace, thanks for the follow, by the way. Who's Neville? Neville Chamberlain. Do you have gear?
Archer,
Don't need it.
Radio check.
I can land without it if I have to.
Archer 3-1, Overlord, 5x5.
Air 5 air start? It should be able to, most jets can. I just don't think it has a dedicated switch for it. Or a dedicated button or whatever. But it should be able to in-air relight, I would think. Wait, was that in team chat or all chat? Or whatever. What's Rhino? Nearly 7 AM. We might check Alpin's server after I land from this. See if there's anyone in there. If there is, I'll go play there because it runs a little better. And also, I just feel like playing on there today. But otherwise, we'll come back here and hopefully the server will be a little more kind to me. Run a little smoother. Let's get out of there. I should have enough fuel to get home still. Climb up a bit. Catch you later, Gnome Child. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. Start feeding from the leaking tank unless it's empty, switch the intact one. Yeah, I could, but it's fine. We're gonna actually go balance right low since the right wing I think is intact. Just get some of the fuel out of the left wing. Oh, no, it doesn't want to. Okay. Our industry has been bombed to nothing. So I'd say either all that bombers got through or most of them got through. Actually, no, I saw people shooting down bombers, so I guess enough still got through to fuck the industry. You'll notice the industrial target still has half its health, even though all the big buildings are dead. It's because of the little buildings here. You need to kill those too, and people always forget that. They miss it. So when you kill industrial sites, kill the little shit too. That's nearly half the hit points of that site is little fucking shacks. Big buildings only count for so much. I think we should have a... Uh-oh, someone had a whoopsie at the end of the runway. I think we should have landing gear, and we'll try it. If we don't, then we'll just belly it. So there may be some people in here who don't know. Can you please explain the spiciness of Super Saber for the uninitiated? It's a cool plane. It has the big suck, you know, to get all that tasty air into itself. Also, it it's the kind of plane that the average DCS player will not be able to land without killing themselves, which is why I want it in the game. I want to sit on Hogget and watch people smash into the fucking approach lights.
Overlord, Archer 3-1, set tripwire 12 miles.
You said...
Archer 3-1, Overlord.
No, I didn't
Copy.
say China will be a part of
12
Russia.
miles.
I said China will vassalize Russia. Like, they will have complete control over Russia at this rate, because they're going to be their only trade partner. Like, Russia's not going to have any fucking option but jump when China tells them, because China's going to be the only country who will trade with them. Even they put sanctions on them at the moment. They're just kind of not hard sanctions. It's a, we didn't want you to do this and we think you're a fuckwit, but we're still going to trade with you kind of thing. But no, China's definitely not going to become part of Russia. If anything, it'll be the other way around. I think Russia will still be a sovereign state. It'll just be... Literally, they'll have to do what China tells them, because they'll have them by the balls economically. Which is fucked up, but that's what you get when your fucking country's leader decides that he spent long enough in his little weirdo, hyper-nationalist, fascist echo chamber that, you know, he actually starts believing his own propaganda. No, I know they're not happy with him. They're fucking furious with him, because by doing this, he's galvanized NATO, he's galvanized the US, like, all of the countries that were kind of in disarray, like, for a while it was looking like China, or not China, it was looking like, fucking Germany and France might want to ditch NATO, and now they're back in full force, and Germany's got a proper military, well, it's spending enough money to have a proper military again. Like, that is a worst-case scenario for China, is power consolidating in Europe again. Like, they really didn't want that. And he's gone and caused it, so yeah, of course they're fucking pissed off with him. They're fucking furious with him. He's ruined his own country. He's ruined their plans for the next how many years. He's ruined fucking Ukraine. Like, man's just on a speed run. It's like the Russian army bought its own propaganda too. The upper leadership, maybe. But it looks like most of the troops on the ground, other than the Chechens, don't really want to fight. And I don't blame them, I wouldn't either. But again, the thing is, like, the way they've planned this whole operation is just fucking weird. None of it fits with their doctrine. None of it fits with how I would expect them to fight a war. So that's something important to take away from this, is don't underestimate the Russian army thinking this is, like, they're just incompetent, they can't fight, whatever. This is not how they are supposed to fight, by their own fucking doctrine. This is not how they're supposed to fight. So what you're seeing now, I don't know what's causing it, but it isn't what they're normally meant to do. And I would not assume that they'll fuck up this badly in the event of confrontation with NATO. Maybe they will, but I would not, like, that's not the kind of thing I would risk betting on. It seems they did think that, yeah. Like, there was that, I mean, did you see the fucking, the article on RA Novosti that was meant to be like their victory fucking speech or something? It wasn't like a Putin speech, but it was like an op-ed meant to be if they'd won, I guess. And it got published early. Yeah, like, fucking insane, dude. It's incredible. It's like only in Russia would you get this kind of weird doublethink. Try not to hit the A10. Putin is claiming that he's going to Ukraine to stomp out fascism and get rid of Nazis. Putin's ideological role model this whole time has been a Russian fascist from the early 20th century. Like, that's who Putin looks up to. It's, like, I'm not going to get into it on stream because it's a fucking wild ride. That would be like a whole 7-hour stream in itself, and there would need to be a lot of alcohol involved to make any sort of sense of it. But if you look, not even at United Russia, but if you look at a lot of the sort of, and these aren't necessarily parties that get into power. United Russia is, obviously, but like a lot of the fringe parties, they aren't necessarily parties that get into power, but they give you an idea of just how, like, ideologically fucked up the Russian political scene is. Like, conceptual party unity, fucking, a lot of the, like, organizations like Pamyat is, like, normie as far as Russian weird shit goes. They're just anti-Semites. But, like, all these different movements, the fucking Rodneva movement, the way that they fused, like, Slavic traditional paganism with fascist politics, like, it's fucking bizarre, dude. It's so weird. It's not, oh shit, whoops, sorry, dude. It's not rare to come across a political doctrine. It's usually only minor parties that don't really have much power, but, like, this is the environment that Putin exists in, right? You get these minor parties where their doctrine is a synthesis of two completely mutually incompatible ideologies, like Nazbols. Like, Nazbols are basically a meme. They're a meme even in Russia, but they are a good example. National Bolshevism. Like, just let that sink in for a moment. National Bolshevism. Their flag is a red field with a white circle, and then instead of the windmill of friendship, they have the fucking hammer and sickle. Like, this is normie tier. Like, this is normie tier as far as whack Russian ideologies go. It's fucking, like, oh my god. And then you look into, like Dobrovolsky, for instance, who fathered a lot of the Rodneva fascist anti-Semite scene, because those are all things that kind of fall in together these days. Rodneva is like Old Believers, traditional Slavic pagan faith, for those that don't know. Dobrovolsky, the description of his political ideologies includes the phrase national anarchism. National anarchism. What the fuck? just what? What the fuck, dude? It's oh man. Like, I'm gonna hop off here and I'm gonna go check Alpins. But what did we end up getting? We got 3 kills and a damaged Su-25, and we got very lucky getting away from Rhino thanks to fucking lag, which is bullshit. He should have got me. But yeah, like look, the situation that, situations that occurred in Russia after the Soviet Union collapsed, it was kind of inevitable that some batshit insane thing would come out of it. But the level of batshit insane is impressive. Hey Gilson, cheers to the resub, man. No, it's not. Although there was somebody who'd very tastefully named themselves that on the server I was just on. But, like, I don't know. I would agree with our new fucking evil overlord that 1991 was the greatest tragedy to happen in the past however many years, but I would draw different conclusions. I would definitely not draw the conclusions he's arrived at, because they're just fucking insane. But no, the way the Soviet Union's collapse was handled and what happened in the immediate follow-up during the 90s, kind of, I don't want to say predestined, because predestiny is not a thing. Why is the server empty at this hour? Jesus. Maybe it's only populating that much on weekends? I don't know. Like, it was pretty inevitable that something bad was going to come of it, because the country was so trash in the 90s, and then you had Yeltsin's leadership, that they're going to go for a strongman, and it just so happens that most of the strongmen of that time had very funky political ideas because of the situation of the 90s. Like, it's just, it's not good, man. It's not good. Alright, let's catch up on chat. Wonder if they deliberately fucked this up, sabotage Putin. I did wonder, but I think that might be giving them too much credit. I don't know. Maybe they did. In which case, why couldn't they have just given him the old-fashioned stabby in the back? It would have been a lot cleaner and quicker and easier than doing this. Maybe it's some five-head plan to draw NATO into an open fight. I mean, I don't think so. At this point, like trying to apply logic and reasoning seems to be like not counterintuitive. Fuck, what's the word? Not constructive. Let's put it that way. I don't know, but I mean, his stated thing is he doesn't want NATO on his borders. His actual goal goes well beyond that, but one of their stated grievances is they don't want NATO on their borders. Well, guess what? Now you're going to have NATO all over your border because everyone's joining it. Do you think they'll build a new AN-225? I hope they do, and I hope they pull the funds from the fucking frozen bank accounts of the Russian oligarchs and Putin personally. Like, the thing is, the AN-225 was a one-of-a-kind asset. Like, there's nothing else that does what it did on the planet. So if Ukraine doesn't build one, somebody else will, I think. But I hope Ukraine can build a new one. It's just a shame the original got... Well, the last tweet I saw from Antonov was until there's a technical inspection, they can't comment for sure on the state of it. So maybe it's salvageable. Maybe, I want to believe, but I don't think so. 91 was the worst tragedy until 2020. Yeah. Yep. Do you believe the Ghost of Kiev is a true story? No, but okay, so the Ukrainians are overclaiming like crazy in the air, which I'm not surprised by. It's a morale boost to them, and also fog of war being what it is, whatever. The Ukrainians are not shooting down 20 or 30 Russian aircraft. Like, there's no way. The Russians until today, or yesterday, I think. Yesterday evening my time. The Russians didn't even have fixed wing in the air, really. There were a couple Su-25s about, and I think a Su-30 or two was spotted, and maybe one of them was shot down, but like the Russian Air Force was completely absent for the opening days, and I just... Why? Like, you know what I mean? This is what I mean. They're not fighting the way they're supposed to fight, even by their own doctrine. The Ukrainians... I'm like 90% sure accidentally shot down one of their own Su-27s at night. That was that big explosion over Kiev. They shot down a couple of helicopters, which are confirmed, and I've seen wreckage of one of them, and I saw the shoot down of another. So they have shot down some helicopters, mostly with air defense. Yeah, like, the thing is, the Ukrainians have lost a couple of aircraft, and I think, I could be wrong here, and I would like to be wrong, but I think, unfortunately, the Ukrainians' aircraft losses are mostly, if not all, from friendly fire. Because if you watch the videos of the guys on the ground with Stingers and Iglas, they don't know what they're shooting at. They can't fucking tell what they're shooting at. They just see a plane go past and they have a crack at it. So... yeah, I don't know. As for the IL-76 claims, the Ukrainians are claiming they shot down between 2 and 4 of them. I haven't seen any wreckage. I don't think they've shot down a single Il-76 because you cannot hide those things. They're fucking massive. If one had been shot down, we would see wreckage by now. Their air defense has been active. They've been shooting at something. I don't know what they've been shooting at, but they have been shooting at something. Possibly their own planes, but they've been busy. The Ukrainian Air Force has been up, flying day after day, which I didn't expect. I thought they'd get wiped out in the opening hours, but they're still flying. So they're putting in some really good work. So do I believe the Ghost of Kiev is real? No. Do I believe the Ukrainian claims of what they're shooting down? No. But are they doing a really good job staying in the air and showing their people on the ground, hey, we're still here? Yes, they're doing a fucking fantastic job. Every fucking hryvnia they get paid, they deserve. And yeah, the original Ghost of Kiev thing was made up by a War Thunder YouTuber, and the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense just kind of ran with it. Like, this is the thing, if you try and follow events of this, both sides are putting out just hilarious amounts of disinformation. The Ukrainians are overclaiming out the arse. They're retweeting like armor footage and DCS footage purporting to show shootdowns of Russian aircraft. Whether they don't realize it's real, I'm sure somebody does realize that it's, or they realize it's not real, sorry. Don't realize it's not real, words are hard. Somebody surely realizes. But anyway, it gets retweeted, it ends up entering the flow of information on Twitter and people just assume it's real. On the other hand, the Russians, until the other day, were not even making kill claims, let alone loss claims. And most of what's coming out of the Russian side that is reaching the West, some of it's not reaching us. Like, I've had to go trawling some Discords to find Russian language stuff that was only released domestically. But a lot of what's coming out of there is just fucking insane. Like, it's their war justifications, which are just... Redsy, I saw a Su-34, or a video of a Su-34, like, just before I went to bed last night. So they are there now, but they weren't for the first couple of days. I saw Mi-24 get shot down. It went down in flames. I very much doubt the crew survived, unfortunately. There was a Kar-52 which force landed, which I think everyone has seen at this point. That'll be a fun little toy for the Ukrainians to pick apart, assuming that they survive this. There were claims of other Kar-52s which I think have been confirmed, I just haven't seen photos of them. Doesn't help the Ukraine's 27s are in similar blue liveries to the iconic Russian one. They're a darker blue, but yeah, they do look kind of similar. Like, I mean, the thing is as well, the average person on the ground, and this includes like infantry soldiers. Infantry can't tell a fucking one plane from another plane usually. They can't tell one tank from another tank, let alone when both sides are using similar vehicles. So, like, a lot of the early misinformation to come out was people confusing Su-27s for MiG-29s and vice versa. So the iconic video of Russian war crimes showing a Su-27 or Su-35, whatever, firing rockets at a civilian house, that was a Ukrainian MiG-29, and it was firing air-to-air missiles at a helicopter or something on the other side of the house, which was off-camera, obviously. You can tell it was a Ukrainian MiG-29 because A, it's a MiG-29, if you look closely, and B, the Russians are not operating MiG-29s in this. The MiG-29's been on its way out in Russia for like 10 years at this point. The only regiments that really use them are second-line or training units. The nearest MiG-29 regiment is at Armavir, in like a bit north of the Caucasus, near the Volga, and that's a training unit. So if you see a MiG-29, it's Ukrainian. But yeah, it was firing air-to-air missiles at something off screen, and one of them didn't track and went straight for the ground. The other one looked like it did kind of sort of track. But like, this is the thing with the disinformation, and particularly with the emotion this has stirred in a lot of people. I'm seeing a lot of shit that is either unconfirmed or confirmed to actually be Ukrainians, like, just, having a bad day, pretty much. Like the Strela running over a car. I guess it's technically still up in the air over whose it was, but he probably didn't see the fucking car. Like, you can't see shit from those things. So he went to turn off the road to get into cover, and somebody... It sucks, but that's why you don't get too close to armored vehicles. They can't see around themselves. And then, yeah, that and the MiG-29 incident, it seems like people are very eager to manufacture war crimes. Like, bro, they've deployed the Chechens and Wagner, just wait and they will happen. You don't need to go assigning war crimes to regular Russian troops who so far have been really well behaved from what we've seen, and mostly trying to avoid shit like that. Like, I don't... Maybe I'm a bad Westerner or a fucking Putin bot or something, I'm sure I'll get called one, but I don't see the point of making up imaginary war crimes to make the Russians look even worse than they already do. Like, bro, they just fucking invaded a sovereign nation. You don't need to add to that. Like, you really don't need to add to that. Like, their leader is making literal Hitler-tier speeches about this shit. You don't need to make up war crimes. Just fucking look at what's already there. Like... The average Russian soldier is not the bad guy here. The fucking leadership of that country is the bad guy, and has been for some time, but nobody wanted to do anything about it when they could, so now we're stuck dealing with this. You know, this again, like this geopolitical shit. You're dealing with decisions and sequences of events that were set in motion 30, 40 years ago. It's too late to do something about it by now. Like, you just can't. This really needed to be dealt with way back when Putin was still consolidating his power, but I guess nobody cared, or nobody realized what he was going to do. So, this is what we get. Don't even think any of the Russians wanted this? No. The average Russian soldier that has been captured in Ukraine is about 19 or 20 years old, is either a conscript or was pressed into contract service. They don't want to be there. Half of them don't seem to even know where they are. And while, you know, normally you'd say, oh, I don't know where I am, I didn't want this if you get captured, because that's basic survival instinct, it seems like genuinely a lot of them didn't know where they were or what they were doing. The average, like, even... So, there's a bit of selection bias here, because my Russian friends are generally not vatniks. I don't go out of my way to make friends with fucking vatniks. The same way I don't go out of my way to make friends with fucking trumpets, right? People who are just that far gone, I'm like, whatever. It's not worth the energy. But out of my sample size of Russian friends, none of them wanted this, and a few of them, when they thought something might happen, even before the tanks crossed the border, they were looking to get out of the country. Like, this is... I think this is hitting them even harder than it's hitting us. Obviously, the Ukrainians are the worst affected at the moment, but, like, the Russians are fucked because of the decisions of their leadership, pretty much. Tons of videos of those kids told they were going on maneuvers, yeah. There was also, the Ukrainians captured a bunch of Oman guys. In fact, it was Vimpel, so it wasn't even regular Oman, it was fucking Vimpel. And they captured some documents with them, which, it was interesting. It was like a table of organization and equipment for strategic operational exercise Zaslon 2022 in the Volgograd region. So they were captured with documents for a strategic operational exercise that when it said for Volgograd region, or for Volgogradsky Oblasti, I'm not sure if they meant in the Volgograd Oblast or for forces from that oblast, because that's kind of an important distinction. But if it meant that exercise was meant to take place there, that's way off to the east. That's near the Caspian. So they're kind of in the wrong neighborhood. Yeah, Vimpel is a name used for a lot of things, but, so, like, back in the old days, Vimpel was one of the KGB's kind of wet work groups. I'm not sure if this is related to that, like if there's a line of descent between that Vimpel and this one, or if it's just them reusing the name, because a lot of units do use the name one way or another. But it's an Oman group, which are like special forces. I don't even know how you would describe Oman in Western terms, like gendarmerie. So yeah, like special ops cops, pretty much. Also read that much of the political military leadership, yeah, the Chechens were, which is interesting. If you do some looking at what is understood of the situation, both from the Western intelligence community, the part that has loose lips and likes to talk to their friends, and also what's coming out of the Russian side, the Chechens were informed of this long before anyone else, because when this is apparently how the West got a lot of their information, was the fucking Kadyrovtsi, and like Kadyrov himself and the Chechen Rosgvardia units were talking back and forth over fucking, what was it, WhatsApp or Telegram or something about this shit. It just, what the fuck? And this was well in advance of anyone else finding out, but apparently even when he told the commanders of the Kadyrovtsi, you know, his little fucking personal army, apparently even when they found out what was going on, their eyes were fucking bulging. So you can imagine that the average, you know, like VDV commander or something at the I guess company or battalion level, finding out about this like the day before it's meant to happen and just being like, I'm sorry, what? So, I mean, like I said, no one's happy with him right now. The VDV are especially unhappy with him, so fingers crossed we see some paratroopers go turf him out a window. But I said I wouldn't get into it, but the problem with that is you might end up with someone worse. Like, that is a legitimate threat here. You might end up with somebody worse. As bad as Putin is, he is not the worst that the Russian political scene has to offer, by far. Like, the reason he's gone off this fucking insane, you know, imperial fascist Molans kind of shit is because he's surrounded by people that agree with that line of thought. The main difference is what way they think they should achieve it, or what specific form they think that Great Russia should take once they're done with it. So there's every chance that if you knock off Putin, he'll get replaced by somebody who's that but worse, or like has the same ideology but is even less stable. And that's another thing I would recommend against attributing this to actual, like, it's insane, but don't think that he's not, like, don't think that this isn't rational in his head. He has this all thought out in his, like, it doesn't make any fucking sense to anybody who thinks normally, but, like, this isn't him being senile or whatever. This is him putting something into action that he's been thinking up for a while, I think. Like, if I have one recommendation from this, including the performance of the Russian army and Putin's motivations, it's do not assume the other guy is incompetent or insane, because that's the way you fuck yourself over when he actually goes and wakes up. But yeah, like, I mean, me and some friends were joking about it. Like, just fuck it, at this point, we've jumped the shark already. Put fucking Zhirek in power. Like, put Zhirinovsky in power. He'd probably do less damage. Like, he's fucking absolutely bonkers, but he'd probably do less damage at this point. But that's what I mean about somebody worse. You could get somebody like Zhirinovsky in power. You could get fucking Dugin in power. Like, God help us. You could get, and this is the situation nobody talks about, but I've been saying about it for a while. You could get Navalny in power, and then Navalny might mysteriously reveal, oh, actually, I never stopped being a nationalist. Because that's the thing nobody in the West talks about. Like, this is the problem with Russian politics, is the West's darling, anti-corruption, centrist, moderate crusader Navalny has his whole political history, up until he took on this anti-corruption personality, has been rubbing shoulders with ultra-nationalists. Like, I honestly don't know who the better option is at this point. I don't know if there is one. You know, even like the Communist Party of the Russian Federation, they have been simping for the fucking Orthodox Church for years just to stay relevant. Like, this is the problem. Nothing in that country makes sense anymore politically. None of the parties stand for the shit you would think they do. Like, unless the younger generation of things like the KPRF and maybe some of the more moderate parties, if they even have any left at this point, maybe they'll unfuck it. I doubt it. I don't know, dude. Like, it's bad. It's gonna be bad for decades after this, for everyone involved. It's like, just as everyone started, I mean, COVID hasn't gone away, if anything, it's getting worse, but just as everyone started pretending COVID's gone away so we can start traveling again, I can't travel to two of the places I wanted to go to most. Because one of them's busy being fucking invaded, and the other one is doing the invading, and is about to go back into the fucking Dark Ages. Alpin server is dead as fuck today. Interesting. Well, we might try again on there on the weekend and see how we go. It's kind of annoying, so I did want to play on there. Let's go back on Enigmas, and hopefully it will run a little bit better. Makes you think the Russian government's been high on their own supply of stuff they've been promoting in the West. They're not high on their own supply of what they've been promoting in the West. They've been promoting it in the West because of what they are. Like, this is the thing. So, before I take off, let's have a talk about the way great powers pave the way for themselves and their ambitions. when you have a large and powerful country that has the influence to do this, especially if they have designs on the world, they will go around the world trying to set things up so that it's less hostile to them. Like, this is the ideal situation if you're a great power, is you want to make the rest of the world in your image so that you have an easy way, an easy life, basically. The Brits did this by setting up little colonies everywhere. The Nazis did this by setting up, Reich protectorates and little puppet fascist governments like Vichy France and the independent state of Croatia. And then the US started doing it. How many decades have we seen the US go around setting up little democracies all over the world, except the democracies that the Americans set up don't have the right to do land reform, they don't have the right to use a democratic system other than the model the US has given them. This is what I mean. Great powers will go around setting up little countries in their image as much as they can. Well, guess what we've been subject to for the last 10 years? Russia's political scene is fucking batshit insane, and our political scene has become batshit insane to fit in with theirs. I mean, ours was bad enough to begin with, don't get me wrong there. This isn't all Russia magically waving a fucking wand and shit just goes crazy. That's far from what's happened. What has happened is Putin has spotted movements in the West that always existed, because, especially fucking liberals won't deal with them, because liberals think it's all flowers and sunshine all the time, and if we just ignore the problem, it'll go away. But these movements have existed in the West for a very long time, and they've just been sitting there waiting to be exploited by somebody that shares that worldview, and well, guess who shares that worldview? And so we see this massive build-up of Christian fascism, I guess you could call it, in the West. Wow. I wonder I wonder who agrees with that worldview. That's exactly what it is. The more you see, particularly in the US, fucking Fox News does it, but especially all the Trump orbiting channels, all this idea that Christianity's under attack and the Great Replacement's a real thing, all that shit, that falls into place exactly with the kind of ideology that people like Putin follow. I mean, if you look at the way that they phrase things, and by they I mean the current Russian administration and Russian state media in political releases, they view the West in terms of the Anglo-Saxon world. I'm sorry, what? But that's how they view things. This is what I mean. They view pretty much all of Eastern Europe as Russia, and all of the ethnic groups within it as varying degrees of Russians who need to be returned to the motherland. And then they view they view the West as the Anglo-Saxon world, because English speakers and Germans dominated, I guess. But that's how they view things. They don't view things in terms of national identity. They don't view things in terms of political affiliation. They view things in terms of fucking ethnicity and really oversimplified to the point of hilarity type shit. It's textbook fascism. Absolutely fucking textbook fascism. Yeah, it is. It is. Because that's exactly what this is. They're calling the Ukrainians the Nazis, and just to clear things up, let's not beat around the bush here. Ukraine does have a problem with fascism itself. Everywhere does. The issue that Ukraine has is because they didn't really know what to do for their national identity after the Soviet Union broke apart. They just went for the first thing they could think of, that A, is Ukrainian and nationalist, and B, would piss off the Russians and distance themselves from them, which was scum like Bandera and all of the fucking Nazi collaborators of World War II. That Ukraine has no shortage of really great people who have influenced the world and Ukraine in positive ways, but unfortunately they were really bad at picking their national heroes. So you do have actual problems with Nazism more so in the Ukrainian diaspora than Ukraine itself. The diaspora is really bad with it because guess who left Ukraine during World War II or after World War II? The worst ones went overseas where they were a bit more tolerated than in the Soviet Union. But it does exist. But there's a difference between a democratic country that has a bit of a problem with fascism and an authoritarian fucking state that is actually doing fascism. Like, there's a bit of a difference there. You know what I mean? Yeah, as of a fucking absolutely unambiguously neo-Nazis. And I hope they catch an Iskander. I've been hoping they'd catch an Iskander for the whole time. Azov can get fucked. Wagner can get fucked. Wagner, the Russian mercenaries, they're neo-Nazis too. Like, if you look at the trail of shit they left behind in Syria, they're fucking neo-Nazis as well. So Azov, Wagner, the Kadyrovtsi, they can get fucked. Who else don't I like in this? There's a bunch of... So some of the Western volunteers are going over for the right reason, and some of them going over are shit like Proud Boys or fucking other nationalist groups who are probably angling to join Azov. They can get fucked as well. The ones that are going for the right reasons are fine.
Tablets yet?
No, I don't even have my ADHD tablets yet. Cheers to the bit, so. Yeah, like... It's like a who's who of absolutely despicable human beings, and then the normal Russians and normal Ukrainians kind of suffering just so that all these shitbirds can get thrown into the conflict. It sucks, man. It fucking sucks. It's just such a mess. I think counting the people you do like as much as it is. Normal Russians, normal Ukrainians. Well, I can tell you one thing. Regardless of the outcome of this, every single... Well, if Ukraine survives this, every city in Ukraine will have a Zelensky Square. And even if Ukraine doesn't survive this, a lot of cities in the West will have Zelensky Squares, and I guarantee you my hometown will have one. Because Edmonton is like half Ukrainian. And rightly so. For a fucking comedian, that man has stepped up hard. Makes you wish some of the leaders here had that much fucking resolve. Although, given what some of the leaders here actually believe, they'd actually go the Putin route if they had that much resolve, so maybe not. But I don't know. I'm worried about what state Russia's going to be in, even if they overthrow Putin, which they might not. They're going to be fucked for so long, dude. It's just depressing. Ukraine, if it survives this, is going to come out of it stronger than it went in. If it doesn't, then, well, obviously. But, you know... But... For the next how long, I wonder how bad it will be to be caught speaking Russian in a Western country. You know, like, that's the problem. It's gonna fuck over normal people who didn't want anything to do with this. Way more than it's going to affect Putin or any of his cronies or any of the oligarchs in Russia. It's gonna fuck over normal people. Just like this kind of shit always does. Can't do that until... What am I even doing? What the fuck? Rapper...
Connect ground air supply. Copy. Ground air supply is now connected. Apply ground air supply. Copy. Air is now applied.
Mic check. All clear. Magic is now sunrise.
Oh shit.
Hey, nice. Biscuit 5-8, you chasing that Su-25?
Yep, hopefully so.
Yeah, he's all done. You may as well let him be.
Roger, turning away.
Okay, Biscuit 5-8, I have an A-10 that's going to need some cap. The A-10 is currently at 070 for 21.
Copy. Air is now applied.
Current picture, I have one hind in the first blue square of south end, one hind in the first red square south end, a couple MiGs in the second red square. And for blues, I have a A-10. I have two A-10s. heading towards the front. One is in the fourth blue sector, and the other one is in the sixth blue sector.
Copy. Ground air supply is now disconnected.
All copied.
Copy that. Just give me what's closest. Okay, Jazz 1-1, just head towards the front currently. Copy that. I'll watch where these A-10s go, and we'll have to cap them the best we can.
How the hell does Putin think he'll get out of this? I don't think he cares. I don't think he cares. There's rumors, I haven't seen them substantiated, but there's rumors going around the west that he's got parkies and he's on his way out, which would explain why he suddenly decided to go all in. But I don't know. I don't know if he has a way out, don't know if he wants a way out, don't know if he actually is dying, or if he's just doing this because why not? No idea.
We have two MiG-19s in the first red square, just traveling north and south, just patrolling.
The problem is, like, nuclear deterrence only really works when the other guy has something to lose.
9,000 feet.
And depending whether you believe a Parkinson's thing, he might have nothing to lose personally. And now that Russia is pretty much on the edge of a cliff financially, guess what?
I'm up.
Yeah, it's
Just head towards the front
fucking
for now,
scary
and
shit, man.
We'll get you something when we get there.
Yeah, there's lots of reds on, I know.
We're gonna try our best.
I don't mind the fact there's lots of reds on. I like a target-rich environment, but the fucking
We got some SAMs.
game is chugging like crazy, so it's barely playable. We'll see what I can get, but I think I'm gonna swap out from DCS after this, find something else to do for a bit.
095 for 17. 4,000 feet.
Oh, I forgot my tree.
Traveling west.
Okay.
The throttle response on the F5 is so bad.
Biscuit 5A is currently at 097 for 10.
The problem is, even if they win this, I don't think they're, like, the ideology behind this, I'm not sure they're going to stop there if they win this. Why is my plane... Oh, don't tell me it's doing this trim shit again. It is. Thank you, DCS. Or rather, thank you, Frostmaster.
102 for 6. 1,600 feet.
The good thing is the F5's trim moves so slowly that I have time to notice it and counteract it, unlike the MiG-21.
Okay. Biscuit 5A, one of those MiGs is no factor.
But the other thing is, with the kind of shit that's coming out of Putin's administration ideology-wise, if Ukraine loses this, I'm very worried about what's going to happen to Ukrainians. Very fucking worried. You might need to find someone who won't... There is... That's the thing, there's like no Western companies that make decent peripherals. None. Except like $1,000 made-to-order shit. Which I can't afford.
One definitely smash.
Okay, can you swing her back west, keep it over our SAMs?
Roger.
You have one MiG-19 chasing you on your...
I couldn't engineer my way out of a paper bag, it's beyond my capabilities. Someone needs to step up, but it's not going to be me. There is none, Gyro, there is none. Like, that's the thing. I mean, I've heard that Wing are okay, if you don't mind going the Chinese route, but I don't know, I can't speak from experience on that. And Wing stuff is more organized towards westernized controls, which is a problem for me.
A10 between you and that MiG.
Copy that.
ED is technically a Swiss company. It's registered in Switzerland. Yeah, it's not really a Russian company. I mean, they have the office in Moscow where development happens, but the actual company itself is Western registered and Western owned. I regret I didn't buy the F5 last time. It's a pretty nice jet. It's not super exciting. Oh. I see what people mean about the gyro. I don't remember it being this bad before. Maybe it got worse in a recent patch? Like, it didn't used to get tumbled this easily. Yeah, there's no way that's right.
Jazz 1-1, that MiG 21 now is 106 for 10, hot, 1,600 feet.
106 for 10, copy, I got visual.
There's another MiG 15,000 feet.
Almost F-16 standby ADI levels. I don't really fly the F-16, so I don't know how bad that is, but I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, well, now you're 9 o'clock. Trying to twist behind you.
So unfortunately, the Space Engineers server has gone down because I think everyone else has lost interest. It was kind of the flavor of the month for them. So we can't hop on the Space Engineer server. I do have a couple of saves on my end, like single-player saves and stuff, but I might not do Space Engineers today. I might do that in another stream. Kind of feel like just loading up MSFS and buzzing around for a bit.
Be off your 3 o'clock. Use 3.5 miles. 5,000 feet.
I think the Great Journey will be put on hold for a little while. Just because I don't want to be, you know, attracting spice by flying over what is now an active war zone. I think the airport we landed at last time I flew that trip is actually under control by the Russians now. So we're going to put that on the ice for a bit. It will continue, just not right now, because I don't have the fucking energy to do it, and I don't want people coming in chat and fucking dropping hot takes. Like, I don't want to deal with that shit, so we'll buzz around somewhere else for a bit.
Damn, my game is lagging big time.
The ones that spawn at road bases on here do, I think, Polar. By default. Oh god, it's running like such shit.
It's getting lit up pretty good by the ground fire.
Workers and resources. I haven't played that for a while. I need to get back into it. I need to learn how to actually play it properly as well.
Behind you, on your 6 o'clock for 3 miles, 052. He's at 2,300 feet.
Copy, is he hot on me?
Yeah, he is. It looks like he's trying to chase you.
Copy that.
Just spin around and I'll walk you in there.
What the fuck?
Copy, I'm making some distance though.
Explains a few things.
I don't think it's going to reach you. The missile's off scope. Frogfoot disappeared from radar, last known at 022 for 5.
Copy, looking.
What I might do as well, just thinking ahead for the next couple streams, and assuming this situation's not going to get any better for the next few days, I might get back into streaming DayZ. It's been a long time since I played that, and I've kind of been wanting to play it again. So I'll check and see if there's been a wipe, or if I've still got my old character, and then we might do a stream or two on that. Just something nice and laid back that I can play for a few hours and not think too hard about.
Okay, roger that. Okay, Jazz 1-1, next target, MiG-21, hot, 1, 2, 3 for 11, 400 feet.
Copy, 1, 2, 3 for 11.
Biscuit 5-8, MiG-21. 1, 2, 3 for 25. 1,300 feet now.
Somebody right there.
Jazz 1-1 on to 11 o'clock.
Bro.
He's traveling a little bit north now.
Yeah, no, this gyro's
I think
fucked.
I got visual on him.
Punch that off. This gyro's fucked. What the
That's a
fuck
MiG.
is going on with
He's
that?
dead. He just got splashed. Yep.
Oh, what am I doing?
Jazz 1-1,
Emergency
I got
jettison.
I got 3 helos.
Brain's not working today.
Doctor knows here at 102 for 4. 300 feet. 300 feet, all traveling together.
Copy, I got one.
There's a... Yeah, take him.
Wind is blowing in two completely different directions down there. Oh no, there's a wreck hitting the ground.
113
That's
for
why.
15. 400 feet.
Roger, looking. I see one out towards the coast, but nothing else inland.
Yeah, there's a F5 off the coast. There's a helo right on the shore.
Magic Circus 1-4, declare on my nose, 2 ship.
Yeah, those are all F5s. Okay, Biscuit 5-8, those 3 helos are at 092 for 8. Circus 1-4, 3 helos at 096 for 11.
Zero 96 for 11.
Current picture for fixed wing is a Frogfoot and a MiG-21, 5 red squares.
There he is. Circus 1-4 tally. I lost him on radar, but he's on the news.
Lorenzo, are you on comms?
Go for this guy. I don't want to be too zoomed in because I'll fucking fly into him.
Lorenzo, helos at 037 for 8.
Go around. I hate attacking helicopters because of this shit.
Yeah, I got one smoking pretty bad.
Got hits.
All fixed wing for you guys are all currently F5s.
Roger.
There's a MiG-21 and a Frogfoot, 3 red sectors back out along the shore.
It's gonna land in there.
Roger, Biscuit 5-8, Bogey Day Point.
Splash one.
Biscuit 5-8, hit back 082 for 2. 300 feet, traveling south.
Tally. It pains me to say it, but splash one hind.
Jazz 1-1, are you RTB now?
Nah, I still got one missile left.
Okay, Jazz 1-1, hind at 096 for 7. 200 feet, traveling south.
096 for 7,
Circus 1-4, hind 093 for 2.
093 for 2.
500 feet, traveling east. Jazz 1-1, we should take this MiG-21 here. Jazz 1-1, MiG-21 right along the shore. 137 for 7. 6,000 feet coming hot.
137 for 7, copy.
Right along the shore.
Copy, got visual.
Lucky. Be easier to do this if my frames were a little more stable. We're actually over Red's front line here. So I've got to keep some altitude up, I don't want to get hit.
Splash Mig.
Okay, good job, Jazz 1-1. You RTB now?
Splash me out.
Yeah, I'm RTB, unless,
There's the hind.
yeah, I'm RTB. I'm low on guns.
Okay, roger that. Lorenzo, Frogfoot, 131 for 4. 2,000 feet coming west. Circus 1-4, there's a Frogfoot at 179 for 7. 1,100 feet, traveling west.
Shit. Circus 1-4 Winchester. There's a hind right under me.
Okay, roger that.
Can we rearm at Sakumi?
At the road base,
I don't
maybe.
think you can rearm, no.
Copy that.
You can do the road base there, right, the blue arrow, right before Sakumi.
Copy that. Thanks.
Band 5-9, are you on comms?
We'll try for the road base, I guess. It's just going to be difficult to turn around. And the landing might be a little sketchy with this frame rate.
Shade 1-1, are you on comms?
Shade 1 is with you.
Shade 1-1, please hit towards the front and I'll vector you as you get closer.
So it's the red road base there, the blue one's down the other end of that.
Just be advised the road base
Ross,
by
did I tell you
Sakumi
about the
is
time I
bombed
deployed
to
cess
hell.
drumming inside my bully's house?
I don't think you did, but that sounds like it would have been very effective. Very effective.
5-9 now on comms.
Okay, 10-5-9, just head towards the front and I'll vector you as you get closer.
Roger.
Current picture is Frogfoot just entering the first blue square. I have a MiG-21 off the coast of the first red square.
Copy.
Jazz 1-1, you could land at Sakumi and then just reslot for a new F5.
Copy that. I'm probably just gonna do that then.
Circus 1-4 is a MiG-21 at 135 for 5. He's at 3,500 feet coming hot.
I'm just about to set down.
Yeah, roger that. There's reports that airbase might be bombed, or that road base. It's Circus 1-4, the MiG-21 turned off.
Roger, Biscuit 5-8, can you declare off my nose, low?
There's a F5 low, and there should be a MiG-21 at 157 for 10, traveling north, 2400. Okay, Biscuit 5-8, the MiG-21 now is 175 for 5.
Tally, Meg.
F5's so much better visibility in the 21. Only forwards. Rearwards is worse by a long way.
MiG-21, 136 for
I wish I
10.
could take the periscope out of my MiG-21 and put it in this plane so I could actually see behind me.
You stop currently engaged with a friendly F5. Okay.
I'm not sure how I'm going to turn this thing around though. Might be best to just keep my speed up, I guess.
Shade 1-1, MiG-21, 121 for 14.
Refueling probe. Looks gross with the refueling probe.
Engaged with two friendly F5s.
Full hard points for missiles. I don't think any of them. Well, maybe some of them, like ones that are really modernized, like the Brazilian ones or something, but like 4 hard points for Cold War F5. No.
Den 5-9, currently now at 082 for 3. It's traveling north.
I'm gonna try something.
I don't have a lot of gun ammo left. I'm just gonna be here.
Come on, come on.
Okay, roger that.
The road base is bombed, but they only hit the spawns because they're dumb. So what we'll do...
Hey, Den 5-9, MiG now currently at 348 for 2. Okay, Roger, good evening, El Cabango reporting. Roger that, El Cabango. Please head towards the front. Laurencio, MiG-21 at 115 for 10. Engaged in a...
Please be close enough.
engaged with 3
Yes!
F5s.
Damn. Haha.
5 for 10.
Very disappointed in red. I showed them how to knock out a road base and they still can't do it properly. Well, yeah, because they've been modernized a lot, Polar, but like an actual Cold War F5, Cold War F5E, no, you would only have the 2 missile pylons.
I think I got him.
I'm happy, like, I'm perfectly happy with this thing. There isn't much that I wish for in this plane.
Okay, current picture, I have a 1 Hind entering the first blue square.
I wish the radar worked properly so it wasn't quite so ridiculously strong at low altitude, but you know, MiG-21 has similar problems.
Biscuit 582, MiG-20, or 2 Hinds at 110 for 10.
Oh, I hate the probe. The probe looks so gross. Like, I guess it would be cool to have, but it looks fucking gross. And I would never use it, because I don't do air-to-air refueling anyway.
He's at 1,200 feet. Cowboy 1-1, Hind at 099 for 15.
It is worse, it's much worse. The Mirage one's not too bad, but the F5 one, the way it runs along the side of the plane, it fucking sticks out so far, it looks dumb as fuck.
Current picture, I have 1 MiG-19, 3 red squares back. 2 MiG-19s, 4 red squares back. And a MiG-21, 5 red squares back. Copy, I'm gonna actually land this time.
Magic Circus 1-4, airborne, sipping me.
Circus 1-4, 1 MiG-19, currently at 117 for 18, traveling northwest, 400 feet. Dent 5-9, MiG-19, 130 for 5, 400 feet. Okay.
I'll just smash 1 Hind, the other Hind's by their fault.
Okay, roger that. Magic Cowboy update on the Hind.
My frames.
Cowboy, current priority is going to be these MiG-19s. Head towards 140 for 9. We got MiG-19s at 400 feet, 400 feet, 300 feet. MiG-19s 137 for 6, 400 feet coming hot. 137 for 6.
Circus 1-4 tally for ball.
Cowboy, you'll also have an F5 engaged with you there.
We just lost
So
F5.
Biscuit 5-8, he's the third ball off my nose. How many friendlies and enemy?
2 friendlies, one MiG-19 currently. Circus 1-4, break missile.
One 4 splash 1.
Circus 1-4, 1 MiG-19 on your 6,
Tally.
1 mile back. 700 feet. Circling with you. Just my feet wet.
Yeah, I see him. He's right behind me. Have I got another F5 here with me?
Circus and Cowboy, you're going to have 2 MiG-19s in that fur ball. Biscuit 5-8. 3 F5s.
Tally second MiG-19. Cowboy, he's right behind you. Go left, Cowboy. Go left.
Got up, yep. He's gonna overshoot.
3 F5s, 2 MiG-19s, and a MiG-21 now.
I'm well below my fucking... Oh, shit. Circus 1-4's hit. Still flying. Well below my best sustained turn rate.
Alpha fur ball is at 139 for 15. All just on the shore.
Pretty fucked up. It's still flying. It's a 21. Shit. Are we gonna get him? Probably not. It's probably a long shot. Yeah, I won't reach him. We tried. Can I beat the 19? Not really. Alright, this, that was revolves. This is running kind of like shit for me, so I think we're going to replace some Misfits for a bit instead. Or we'll check Alpins, and if that's still empty, we'll replace some Misfits. But we got a couple. This is my main problem playing on Enigmas, is, it runs like shit sometimes. If I'm not streaming, it's fine, but when I am streaming, OBS just... It fights OBS for resources, I think, and it chokes the game out. So we'll see if anyone's hopped on Alpins, but it looks like it's going to be dead today, unfortunately. And then I'll boot Misfizz up. Now, it's going to probably take a while to launch Misfizz, so bear with me. Yeah, I think so, Blastman. I think so. Like, it's... I've noticed as well, it'll run like shit, and then the server will restart, and it'll run perfectly, or vice versa. So there's, like, no rhyme or reason at all to it. We've got one guy in Alpins. Yeah, I think we'll go do some Misfizz, so bear with me, guys. And I will take the opportunity to go get myself a drink, I think. Verpal just changed its logo with a blue star and a yellow P stub in the center. Oh man, yeah, it's heartwarming to see. Like, even if it's a lot, like even if a lot of it's just sort of tokens, seeing the opposition domestically to it, it feels good, man. I just hope that not too many people get disappeared before something changes. Yeah, like the fucking Kremlin elite are all so busy sniffing their own farts and like it's a political echo chamber. Like that's the thing. It's such a political echo chamber. They're completely disengaged from reality at this point. Which, like, to be fair, if those of you who have been hanging out with me for a while and frequent my Discord, you'll know that I am of similar opinion with a lot of Western politics. But now, especially, like, the Kremlin's just completely out of touch with fucking everybody, which is a good thing because it shows that most Russians don't want to go fuck over their neighbors and their own extended family. Archer, cheers for the raid, man. You've just missed me struggling with like 3 frames a second in DCS. We're gonna fire up MSFS, so stream might be on the Be Right Back screen for about 15-20 minutes while the sim boots up, because we're back to it taking forever. But cheers for the raid, man. I hope you had a good stream, and welcome everybody. I'm gonna be right back. I'm just gonna grab a drink real quick, and then we'll kind of do some, I guess, just chatting while we wait for the game to launch. Imagine not checking if there was a sim update before starting MSFS. 4.3 gig, hopefully it won't take too long. What are the rules for the political discussion? Keep it reasonable. If I see anyone cheerleading for what the Russian government's doing right now, I will be deeply unimpressed with them. At the same time, if I see anyone celebrating the deaths of soldiers from either side, they can go fuck themselves. But, it's keep it reasonable. Simple shit. I know that that's a big ask in the world these days. Most people don't know what the fuck reasonable means, but, we're not here for nuclear takes. We might get some nuclear takes the way things are going currently. So I'm not sure where we'll fly today. Kind of want to fly somewhere that's going to have reasonably complete scenery. What plane is that? If you mean the one that isn't the MiG-23, it's a Sukhoi Su-15. That one right there. Yeah, it's a Su-15. Airliners hate him. If I could have one module, like of any plane ever made, if I could have one module made for DCS on my request, it would be a Su-15. Likewise, if I could have one module made for MSFS, it would be a Su-15. So then when the tube liner guys fuck up their navigation and fly over prohibited or restricted airspace, I can form up on their wing and give them a jump scare. Beautiful plane. Yeah, we were just talking about that before the raid came in. For those that aren't keeping up with it as much, the Russians passed or the Russian government. I feel like differentiating Russian government and Russian people is kind of mandatory at this point. The Russian government passed a law basically classifying anything that paints the war effort in a bad light as treason, which is really fucked up. Or anything that undermines the Russian government or Russian prestige. Basically, they're saying if you criticize us in any capacity, you're a traitor, and we're going to throw you in the slammer for 20 years per fucking charge. So it's been interesting seeing some of the discussion on the Russian side of things pivot from directly criticizing the government to using analogies to criticize the government very quickly. But I think it's safe to say that fucking Putler is not popular with anybody at the moment except maybe Assad, who's his only friend. like, you know, making up theoretical situations where a particular part of Russia decides it wants to break off, or, you know, decides it wants to do this or that. Like, it's... And just using kind of exaggerated characteristics to portray which theoretical faction is meant to be Russia and which theoretical faction is meant to be Ukraine. Alright, I think my tea should just about be ready, so give me a minute. We are 1 gigabyte into the patch, so it should be a quick download at least. Then I've just got to wait the 20 minutes for the sim to start. Just every other sim patch for MSFS, it either takes 5 minutes to load or like 45 minutes to load. I don't know what it is. It's one or the other, and it seems to alternate with patches. You know, the funny thing with Verpal changing their logo is, even if somebody tries to accuse them of being all unpatriotic and supporting Ukraine and all this shit, they can just clap back with, no, we're extra patriotic, we just changed our logo to match the colors of the Russian Air Force. Because blue and yellow are the colors of the Russian Air Force. That's some big brain shit there. I'm not sure if that was what they intended, but that's some 5D chess. May as well just go back to the in-game overlay. We're going to be waiting for the patch to finish, but whatever. So yeah, I don't know if I'm going to get my throttle at this point, but fingers crossed, because this one's giving me the shits. I still need to do something about this stick. What I might do is I might, because especially after buying the throttle, oh well, not that the money's left my account yet, because it's still on back order, but I don't have the money to replace the stick, and the other thing is, even if I did, I want to get the T50, because that best suits what I use it for, but the T50 is like another inch or two taller than a Warthog. It would be too tall to use on the desk, and I could get desk mounts, but then, like, it's gonna fuck my whole setup up basically. So I could go for the Constellation. The Constellation's not a bad looking stick. It's just more optimized for space sims, but it does have that roller wheel, and it has an actual mini stick. I think I'll think about it. We'll see. I might end up getting a Constellation at some point, but I think as like a temporary fix, I might see if I can trawl for secondhand Warthog parts. I'm not buying off fucking Thrustmaster because I'm not seeing another $1 of my money. So I'll see if somebody who's maybe built a sim pit has some spare 8-way hats kicking around and get one off them. Because the contacts seem fine. I don't think it's the contacts on the stick that are broken, or on the switch that are broken. I think it's actually the sensor inside's fucked. New fighters for Ukraine from Bulgaria, MiG-29, 16. Bulgaria, Su-25, 14. That's good, because they have lost... Well, actually, they lost some MiG-29s as well on the ground. I don't think they've had any 29s shot down, but they did lose some on the ground. 14, Poland, MiG-29, 28, Slovakia. Fuck me, dude. Like I said, if they survive this, they're going to come out of it as an actual regional power, which is hilarious. Like, bro... He probably doesn't realize just how badly he's fucked up because he lives in an echo chamber, but imagine how hard he must be seething right now. Ukraine has probably more anti-tank munitions than any other country on Earth except the United States. They're now going to have one of the largest air forces in Europe. Like, the entire world supports them politically at this point, pretty much, even his supposed allies. Like, bro, just take the L. Like, when even Sweden is supplying anti-tank weaponry, and Switzerland is considering economic sanctions, you know you fucked up really, really bad. Like, when those two countries ditch neutrality, you've really fucked up. Because they didn't even do that for the Nazis. What's the difference between the T-50 and the Constellation? The Constellation has, like, instead of the... Okay, so the T-50 is laid out like a modern Russian fighter stick, like a MiG-29 stick or a Sukhoi 27 or 35 stick, whatever. So it has the real plane. Give me a minute, I'll show you. This is a MiG-23 stick, but it'll do for purposes of demonstration. And I'll make sure I don't drop fucking asbestos dust in my tea. The actual stick has this. This is a strain gauge, like, you know, the fucking little nub mouse that old laptops have. That's what this is. So this is you'd use it in the MiG-23 to guide the Kha-23 missile, air-to-ground missile, and also to slew the IR seeker heads around when you're in your close combat mode. You don't use that for the radar in the MiG-23. That's on the throttle. And also on the instrument panel, because the MiG-23's ergonomics are a clusterfuck. But on the modern Russian fighters, this strain gauge is actually how you slew the radar TDC around, as well as the ERS TDC. So it's not on the throttle like it is on Western aircraft, it's actually on the stick under your thumb. On the T-50 stick, that's not a strain gauge, it's an 8-way hat, because... Although the form factor of the stick is very Russian, the actual functions of it are designed around a Western kind of market, and Westerners like having a shitload of fucking hats on their stick and then having their slew sensor on their throttle. So that's the way that the T-50 is laid out, is the slew sensor's on the throttle and the stick just has a hat instead. So yeah, like the Constellation, instead of that, it does have a hat, but it also has a thumbstick. As far as I can tell from photos of it, so it has like an actual thing you could use for a TDC, I guess. It also has like a thumb platform on the side, where on the Warthog you've got the CMS. On the Constellation, that's actually got a roller, so you could use that for DLC on the Tomcat. Or is it, no, is the roller on the side, or is it's maybe like here or something? Anyway, it has a roller on it. I think it's actually here on the stick, and then you've still got your hat where the DMS goes, or a button where the DMS goes. It's got the 2 separate flip triggers. This only has 1 because this is from an early MiG-23. The later ones had 2. So you got your 2 flip triggers, 1 for guns, 1 for weapon release, missiles, bombs, rockets, whatever. It's generally similar to the T-50, but it's a little more adapted for space sims. So it has extra functions like the roller hat, the little mini stick, shit like that. It's also not as tall. So from what I can tell from photos, the Constellation's about the same height as the Warthog, so I could use it on the desk, whereas the T-50 is quite a bit taller. It costs a lot to maintain, and even pre-war they were struggling with the army. Yeah, so that's something to address, is it's going to cost a lot of money to rebuild what's been destroyed, let alone maintain what they're now getting. And Ukraine's economy has typically been a dumpster fire. And you know, like, this is the thing with handing out weapons to civilians. That was a mistake. I guess it might have been a propaganda win, but it was a bad idea, because they've already friendly fired God knows how many Ukrainian troops because they think they're infiltrators, or they just can't tell the difference. There have been people fucking robbing each other. Like, it's chaos, pretty much. Not all cities handed out weapons willy-nilly. So Kharkiv, for instance, didn't. And they've had a lot less trouble with that kind of shit. But yeah, like, Ukraine before this happened had a serious problem with organized crime, not because of, you know, mob bandits like the Russian government is saying, but because Ukraine's economy was a basket case. That's generally why you end up with crime, is because your economy's a dumpster fire and your people have no other ways of making ends meet. Hopefully after this that will not be as big of a problem. Maybe if, like, depending how fucked up Russia gets from it, and whether fucking Putin gets binned out a window or not. Maybe they'll be able to make up some of it through reparations. Maybe they'll just get enough Western aid that they can kickstart their economy. If they can actually get their economy going to a meaningful degree, they can offset it. But yeah, if nothing changes economically speaking in Ukraine, it is going to be a problem. Hey Marduk. DCS, well, the fact I'm not playing DCS currently should tell you that. It wasn't running very well. Alpins is empty, and Enigma server is chugging at like 3 frames a second for me today. Stick still sucks? Yeah, it does still suck. It's only tried to trim me into the ground once so far, and I was in the F5, so I had time to catch it, but it's still doing that thing. Has the throttle arrived already? No. I don't even think it's been sent yet, because it was on back order.
Sad to think that they were great friends 30 years ago. Let's hope for quick peace.
Yeah, it's depressing. Like, that really got me when I was watching one of the camera feeds from Kiev. And it was angled towards the river. It was out near Giuliani, I think. It was angled towards the river. And you could see the statue of the motherland on the skyline, and you could hear explosions going off in the distance. Like, that fucked me up pretty badly. One of my mates, Lucas, those of you who are in the Discord would have seen him talking about it. His mother-in-law and grandmother-in-law, like, that whole part of his family, are in Kharkiv at the moment. And his grandmother-in-law survived the first battle there in World War II. So she survived the Germans wrecking the place. And then, you know, came back when the Soviets liberated it, and now she has to see this. Like, it's just fucking sad. I'm mono and I'm very tired. Well, I hope you get better soon, man. I hope you get better soon. Alright, I'm gonna go put this back. And hopefully the sim will not take too long to load. And as you may guess from the fact that I'm still not using that stick, and the button's still missing on it, I haven't got round to doing anything with it yet. I do want to convert it to be usable in DCS, I just don't have the tools here, and I keep forgetting to actually get around to doing it. I gotta gut the old wiring, and then once I've done that I can start testing buttons, seeing what works, what doesn't, replacing ones that don't work. maybe replacing ones that don't work. I'll have to source them from Poland or Czech Republic or something. And that weapon warehouse blew up a couple of years ago in Ukraine right before an international inspection was also fishy. There's been a lot of fishy stuff going on, honestly. So I tried to, because they've done the big Australia update, right? I'm assuming this is default scenery now for Sydney in the background. And this is pretty much what it should look like. I can see the Sirius building right there. I don't know if it might be photogrammetry, it might be partially photogrammetry, but like, I tried to test this the other day because I had Orbex Sydney installed, right? So I uninstalled Orbex Sydney and flew around, and it was auto-gen. So I don't know if I had to restart my PC or something to get it to work, but I've re-enabled Orbex for the time being. I'm gonna have to try and get somebody else who doesn't have the Orbex pack to show me what default Sydney looks like now, so I can compare them, figure out which one's worth keeping on. So weird how detached I feel from the rest of the world as an American. Well, I drop a spicy one here, but for the past decade, 2 decades, it's been kind of the opposite for a lot of people elsewhere. Like, our own domestic issues get drowned out in the noise of American problems. So, I mean, it's... Like I said, one of the few good things to come of this is that Europe is finally starting to pull its thumb out and actually get its shit together again. So Europe will be less reliant on the US and more independent, which is good to see. Turkish Airlines, it seems, are flying more or less shuttle traffic to Russia. Interesting. Wonder how many of them are Russians trying to bail out and go to Turkey. I have heard a few of them that were kind of hoping to do it. Like, they know how fucked this situation is. They know how fucked their country's gonna be. They don't want any part of it. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, sorry. It's still showing DCS. I'll change it to MSFS. So for those that missed when I announced it earlier, this coming weekend, I should say, on Saturday at 1900 Zulu, ish, Alpin will be running his new mission, which features the A4 mod, the Skyhawk, and also a MiG-21 with nukes, which becomes unlocked after some certain objectives are fulfilled. It'll be on Syria, so if you have the Syria map and the A4 mod, or if you're willing to get the A4 mod, which you should because it's really good, yeah, you guys might want to come along to that. It should be fun. And hopefully I'll be streaming it. If I am able to fly and I do stream it, I'll probably be flying the A4 and letting somebody else enjoy the canned sunshine delivery in the MiG-21. What other aircraft are on there? What on Alpin's? MiG-15, MiG-19, MiG-21, L-39, C-101. For this mission, yeah, MiG-21, MiG-19, MiG-29 for some missions. For this mission, I think it's 19, 21, probably 15 as well. Probably the L-39. I think the Su-25. I think. The base one, not the Su-25T. And then for blue, it's A4, F5. I think the Vigan still, maybe the A10. It's like all the older Cold War stuff. Same as the usual Cold War roster, just now with the A4 as well. Read an op-ed in the paper that's talking about getting nuclear weapons for Germany. Oh boy. Oh boy. 2 tankers doing 24/7 above Poland and Romania. I know they're sending F-16s from Aviano. I wonder what else. There's cap. There's constant cap above the border. They're just flying with mode 3 off, so you won't see them on Civi flight radar. The German planes are nominally capable of delivering nuclear weapons, but the Germans don't actually own the nuclear weapons. The Americans do. It's the same as what Canada had when they had the Bomark and the CF-101. The Americans owned the Genie missiles and the Bomarks, or the Bomark warheads, but the Canadians owned everything else. And the Americans were co-located with the Canadian units. Yeah, just looking at the DM now, the Global Hawks have always had their transponders on while they've been doing this. The Il-76 having it on is interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, the Brits have a combination of both. Did any Canadians use the nukes in testing? I don't remember. If they did, it would have probably been over the US in the Nevada test range, but I don't know if they've shot... I assume they would have shot a live Genie at some point. I assume they would have. I know that they cleaned up William Tell a couple times in a row, so I don't remember if William Tell involved shooting a Genie or not, and if it was a live round or a drill round. According to a friend of mine, the Air Force had more scrambles in the last 5 days than for the previous 2 years alone. I'm not surprised. And yeah, like, that's one thing with NATO nuke sharing, is it kind of disincentivizes everyone having their own nuclear arsenal. Which, I mean, depending on your views on nuclear proliferation, it could be a good thing, because it means there's less people to worry about lobbing them around. But on the other hand, if the people who actually own the nukes, which is to say that the major powers, have gone off the deep end, or their interests run counter to the country that needs to have, you know, nukes to kind of say, hey, look, we need a deterrent. Not good. Isn't it great how there are irradiated swaths of desert in the western US and Central Asia and northwestern China and the Pacific? There's whole island atolls that, you know, are just wasteland pretty much. Wonderful. But that's... and Algeria, yeah, and Central Australia, Maralinga. There is something to be said about, like, what we do to the planet's pretty fucking bad, but we also have a very selfish, sort of egocentric habit of overestimating our own importance. What we've done to the planet has been bad, and it will be bad, but it's mostly us that's going to pay for it. Like, once we're gone, and unless we literally have a general nuclear exchange, that might be enough to kind of tip things over the edge. But other than that, like, global warming, rising sea levels, all that shit, it's going to kill off a bunch of other species, sure, but the main thing it's going to do is kill us. The planet will eventually stabilize and recover from it, like it always does. Like, the idea that we can destroy the planet ourselves just by our actions short of a general nuclear exchange, and even that might not do it, it's really comically self-centered. But also, at the same time, we can definitely affect the planet in negative ways. Like, we can have enough of an impact to cause severe problems. But the thing is, those severe problems will wipe us out long before they actually, you know, kind of push the planet past the point of no return, if that makes any sense. Why is it taking so much to load? it is taking a long time to load. So MSFS, for me, sometimes it takes 5-10 minutes to load. Last sim update, it took 5 or 10 minutes to load every time. Other times it takes like 40 minutes to load. It's random. It seems to happen when there's a sim update. Some are really good for loading times, some are really bad for it. That's why colonization of other planets or moons is so crucial, because human nature will ultimately destroy the planet here. Just make it uninhabitable. It won't destroy it, it'll just make it inhospitable to humans. But the other thing is, I don't think space is going to solve our problems at all, because if you look at the direction it's taking already, it's people like fucking Musk and Bezos getting into it. It's not going to be... it's just going to be a repeat of colonialism on Earth, but in space. They're going to basically, use it as a means to pull in more capital while not benefiting the actual human species much. There's kind of two, I guess, conflicting ways that it could pan out. They'll either send all the workers off to do all the shitty labor on another planet while they stay on Earth and treat it as a giant playground. Or, if we fuck up Earth sufficiently enough, they'll all fuck off to space and leave us to deal with the consequences down here. Either way, we get screwed. As far as the ecosphere recovering, it depends on how soon we can curb our bad habits. If we do nothing, then yeah, eventually maybe, but... I don't know. Shit's not great, put it that way. And part of the problem is... everyone just kind of goes, well, it hasn't happened yet. It might happen in 100 years, but I'm not going to be around, so it's not my problem. Like, most of the problems on the planet today are literally because people just go, well, I'm not going to be here, so I don't care. But that's why, I don't know, I'm not having kids. Because I don't want to doom somebody to exist in whatever comes after I'm gone. Like, it's bad enough that I'm here. I didn't fucking ask to be here. I'm not gonna dump that on somebody else. It is taking a long time to load today. Hopefully it won't crash. I was trying to play the other day, just to, like, while this shit was going on, I was trying to calm my nerves a bit by playing some MSFS and just chilling out and doing some flying, and it was crashing constantly, so I'd load in for 40 minutes, game would crash. And I eventually figured out what it was and got it to work. Kinda hate that I grew up knowing about all this stuff, can't just ignore it like most people do. Yeah, like, I think the issue is, if you don't pay attention, and here we go, it'll load quickly now because it's come up with this. If you don't pay attention to what's happening in the world, it's bad, because you're not going to do anything to change it. But at the same time, if you pay too much attention to what's happening in the world, it's really bad, because you're going to be a depressed asshole. Because you know that, like, oh man, we're fucked. So I guess there's a balance to achieve there, which I have very much not balanced. I am very much a depressed asshole. So, I don't know, it's just, like, especially if you're interested in history, and I mean, like, properly interested in history, not fucking, you know, I listen to Sabaton and I think I know everything kind of interested in history, it is very depressing because you can't help but see parallels between things, and you can't help but visualize, like, when somebody speaks about, oh, and this such and such natural disaster or such and such battle happened, and then describe it, and you can't help but visualize, like, oh my god, that would have been horrific. Like, the experiences that people involved in that must have gone through. It's just like, oh my god. Cheery stuff. By chance, were you flying the Jabber? It crashes if you have the Direct X12 enabled when you're in the cockpit. I wasn't, but that's good to know because I do fly the Jab pretty often.
No longer a black belt in martial arts, they got revoked.
I know. Like, he got cancelled so hard he even lost his fucking judo black belt. Like, fucking hell, man. It's incredible. Living vicariously through other family members and colleagues. Yeah, exactly. Like, in an ideal world, which wasn't going to hell in a fucking handbasket, I probably still wouldn't have kids because I'm a fucking mess and I can't even look after myself. Let alone find another human being who will tolerate me for long enough to raise a child. But, I mean, in an ideal world, maybe I'd want them, but I don't know. Like, the way things are now, like, I can't afford it. I can't even look after myself. The world's a shit fight. Like, there's literally no reason. It would just be... I would be ruining the rest of my life, as well as ruining the life of whoever I have as a kid, because they're gonna grow up in the shit fest that results from what's going on now. Like, it's just... I'm fucking both myself and whatever I spawn over. Dooming two people to misery doesn't sound very fun. Also, yeah, I can't handle kids. Like, I don't do well around kids at all. Terrifying little creatures. I don't even know where to fly. Let's go to South America. Let's fly out of Rio, maybe. Yeah, let's fly out of Rio. We'll take the, Actually, no, let's not take the Skymaster. Let's take... Where is it? I won't do it now, but I need to try out the P-38 because that was an update and I'm curious what they've changed. I'd be tempted to take the Goose, but maybe not. Not this time. Where has it gone? We'll do the F-35 later, Saber. Not for this flight, though. Just preempt you before you ask. Is it? Up. Would you ever get a dog? I have a dog, but she lives at the farm with my parents. I'm more of a cat person personally, but I'm also highly allergic to cats. Such is life. I have a cat as well, but like the dog, he lives with my parents at the farm, so... I would like to have a pet here with me, but it would have to be a pet that isn't going to make me, like, constantly fucking allergic, and also that isn't going to wreck the place, because this place is not designed for children or pets. If you're unhappy with the updated P-38 as a mod on .TO to bring it back to flying, how should... What did they do to it, then? Like, did they give it Bizarro performance or something? Let's fly this. Take the default French livery. Get a snake. I have been tempted at various times, actually. Let's fill it right up because I don't know how long we're going to be flying. We're over our max takeoff weight, but it'll be fine. I ain't give a fucking damn. Tucano would be nice. Yeah, would be. Norwegian tour? We could. Well, let's do the Norwegian tour in the F-35. Don't let me forget though. Okay, I think we're good. We're not flying our Yak, so we'll just change this. I don't know what we'll even put our tail number. We'll just leave the tail number. And we'll get rid of the call sign and just leave our flight number. Flight conditions. Whoa, spicy. Very spicy. We'll see how the weather looks in game. If it's like completely fucking pea soup, we might change the weather manually so I can actually see what I'm doing.
I see you are planning to reenact the Dag Hammarskjöld Downing in the border area of Katanga.
I do need to do a flight around Africa actually at some time. Dude who made that mod got in a big argument with Got Gravel, who does the flight model, because all the things messed up with this update were things they told him about before. So what did they actually do? What did they actually do to it? Oh, the weather doesn't look that bad. Why was it telling me there's fucking thunderstorms? What crack are you on, Misfizz? It's a little stuttery as it loads in. I'm gonna try and remember how to start this thing up. Okay, I don't even know how to turn the oxygen valve on. I don't remember where it is, but it doesn't simulate hypoxia anyway, to be honest. Remove parking equipment. That just closes eventually, I think. I couldn't get it closed manually last time I did this. Let's close the canopies. And then I think that gets rid of the tablet. I'm gonna push my view up a bit so I'm looking forwards instead of downwards. And we'll raise the view a touch so I'm looking over the nose. Okay. I don't remember where any of the switches are because it's been a few days since I've flown this. Those are my lights. Where is the battery switch? It's down here somewhere. Battery. And then, to start it, I need to open the fuel cock and hit the starter. What am I missing? I'm missing something. I swear I could get this thing started the other day. Oh, here we go. I'm fucking dumb. There we go. Is that gonna do it? No, that's not going to do it. No, that is doing it, okay. Engine starting, slowly. Go ahead and put the UV lights on because they look cool. It's our radio. This... yeah, this is all our radio shit. That's our radio navigation. It has a like a radio compass similar to the Arc 5 that we're used to from our MiGs. Okay, that's the right engine started, so we can go ahead and... whoop. Go ahead and bring that left. Open the fuel cock. Press that in. It should start up. Seat looks comfy, yeah. World War II style. You got your little... you sit on your parachute in a lot of World War II vintage aircraft, so that's why it's like a bucket. You can use the rear cockpit of this. You set the pilot's not modeled, but you can switch the rear seat using camera controls, so you can fly from either seat. Oh, CCM doing it. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll have to check that out then. Yeah, I'll have to check that out. What's interesting though, stop performing by the book numbers, single engine behavior was all wrong, compressibility all wrong. Interesting. Yeah, I'll have to go grab his fix for it then. Okay, so one of these is my oxygen. That should be... I don't know. I honestly can't tell how to get the oxygen system to work on this shit. That's the pitot heat. That'd be for your gun sight. Why it says radar, I don't know. This doesn't have a gun sight fitted anyway. That's the switch between 100% oxygen and normal, I think. There should be a valve somewhere that actually opens it, but I've yet to find it. That's your emergency pump, probably for the landing gear. This is rapid start, I think. So that's probably if you've got fucking air coming into the engine already, or like air start maybe. My French is extremely rusty. That's for firing. For when you've got guns on the thing. That's your fire lights. Fuel gauge up here. Smoke for when you're carrying smoke pods. That's my brakes. I think that's for... no, that's not for flaps. That's flaps. Volet hyper is flaps. This is for your DCS. I forget what this is. For the landing gear, maybe. But yeah, I can't figure out where the valve for the oxygen system is. No, that was, the Raptor Saga was, Rush. Okay, so let's go ahead and get rid of the brakes. can get moving. Takes a fair bit of throttle to get it moving. Quite a few of the switches aren't animated to hook up with the... Okay, that's my flaps gauge. Quite a few of the switches aren't animated to hook up with the actual bindings, which I find a little disappointing, but maybe it's something they can address with updates. Overall, it's quite nice. Like, it looks good, it sounds good. I can't comment on flight performance because I have no idea how a Magister flies in real life, but it's certainly aerobatic, put it that way, which it should be. But it's just little things like that, like the landing gear lever doesn't really sync up, the flaps lever doesn't really sync up. It's my lights, I think. So little things like that could be improved, I think, but overall it's quite nice. This was only released relatively recently too, I think. Okay, let's go right, and we'll take off to the whichever direction that is. Should be west, so we'll go east to west takeoff. So an interesting thing about the Magister is it was based on a glider design originally, so it's got these really glider-like wings. It's a tiny little plane. Like, if I go into the external view, you can see just how small it actually is compared to me and my co-pilot there. That thing sticking up between the parts of the canopy is a periscope, a forward-looking periscope. But you can also see it's a tricycle gear aircraft, but we've got a tail bumper with a little tail wheel on it, because you will probably tail stand this thing, especially the way it flies in MSFS. So that's quite handy on takeoff and landing, because I have a habit of tipping the plane on its tail. Oops. Anyway, let's not block the taxiway. They've added a little button here to the instrument panel that will bring your tablet back up. So if we open it there, our oxygen valve's still off. I legit don't know where that valve is. It's got to be somewhere here in the cockpit, I just don't know where. But like I said, I don't think it actually models hypoxia, at least it didn't when I was flying it the other day. So we don't really need to worry about that, we'll just pretend we turned it on. Or pretend I know what I'm doing. I like how that works, right? So I don't have any custom scenery at all for this part of the world. MSFS does have, I think, photogrammetry for parts of Rio, and they obviously have landmarks. But once we get out of Rio, I don't know what we'll run into. So the way this is modeled in Sim, it acts like it has nose wheel steering. I'm not sure if it's supposed to. I think it might be like the Skyhawk. It might be meant to having a. My English is getting worse every day. Jeez. It might be that it's supposed to have a free car-steering nose wheel. There we go. We got there in the end. And then just steer using toe brakes. I don't know, but. MSFS doesn't really cope well with free car steering wheels at the moment, so we have nose wheel steering as well as toe braking. Yeah, like, I'm surprised the sim doesn't natively support them. It really should. And I'm hoping that's something that Asobo addressed before too long, because it, like... I guess it's less of an issue for the general aviation stuff, but for the warbirds, that's really important, because the ground handling of the warbirds is completely rat-fucked without free pass-string wheels. Oh, we should have gone the other way. We're going to take off with a tailwind. Big brain. Whatever. We're in a jet, it doesn't really matter that much. Famous last words. Oh, an invisible plane. I can see his nav lights, but I can't see him. All hype for SimShit a few days ago, and literally hours after I went to bed, Vlad had his moment. I've been doom scrolling 18 hours a day. Yeah, same. This is like the first actual proper break I've had for a few days. I've been playing Space Engineers, but I've been tabbing back and forth between that and Discord, checking up and stuff, but... So fucked up, dude. Alright. I think the throttle response is probably too quick for, like, the age of these engines. I might be wrong, they might be responsive engines, but, like, it just seems like they respond to throttle inputs way too fast. This thing rotates, by the way, at, like, 70 fucking knots. So I actually held it on the ground longer than I needed to there. But this plane will rotate at 70 knots. I thought that that was bullshit. I looked it up. No, that's actually what it's supposed to do. It was based on a glider, so I guess that makes sense. Off the power a little. There's our airport. Let me just unfuck my track IR here a bit. There we go. We'll need a little more power than that. Guess we are fully loaded with fuel, so she's a little heavy. So this isn't photogrammetry here, this is auto-gen. Where's Jeebus? He's over there, right? Like on that outcrop there, I think? Man, rear is really pretty. They're really fucked when the sea level raises, but it's a beautiful city. Yeah, he is. Because I remember on one of the loading screens they showed him.
Отказ систем. Смотри экран.
Espanu, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. We'll keep the throttle up there. I'm guessing this is the favelas down here onto my right wing. It's kind of interesting, in a lot of cities that I'm used to, the higher you go in elevation, the richer you get. In Rio, it's the complete opposite. It's gonna be pretty spicy when the sea level does start picking up a bit. All the fucking rich people trying to bail out to the hills. There he is. I see him. That's a hell of a view. That is a hell of a view right there. Alright, let's do a bit of a turn around. Like I said, it is aerobatic, as it should be. The air brakes on this thing are quite interesting. They're very glider-like. Makes sense, it was a glider design originally. But they remind me of the Lanson's air brakes. The Lanson has quite similar ones, but it's on the fuselage instead of the wings. So if I just pop them out for a sec, there they are. Those are your air brakes. Quite funny. This is a pretty old jet. This thing was designed in the late 40s, early 50s, I think. And yet they went with this really unconventional layout with the V-tail, which is pretty fucking rare in jets even today. Okay, no, that's on. We want that on. I think servo implies it's something important, so we'll leave it on. So, I haven't checked the performance of this against the charts, because I don't have the charts for the Magister, but I did take it up in a climb over Paris to as high as I could get it, and it got up to about, was it like 32,000 feet or so, and it did not want to go any higher. Or it was like low to mid 30s, which is what it should be. So, at least in terms of its actual flight ceiling, it's accurate in the sim. Don't know about the rest of its performance, but it's really light on the controls, really responsive. It's really pleasant to fly. Ooh. Ooh, we got a yacht down there. Fucking rich peopleville down here. And you'd land on that beach with 70 knots of rotation. It seems like you do stall pretty well. I would be sketched out about landing on a beach, especially in a jet. But it probably could. I want to try it in the sim because historical experience has shown me that MSFS sometimes considers the beach to be water, when it shouldn't be. The one that the Ukrainian crew member sunk? Yeah, what a fucking Chad. What a Chad. They better not fucking charge it. Well, I mean, even if they have to charge him, make it like a symbolic fine of €1 or something. Like, don't fucking throw the book at him. Dude, even if it wasn't for the current situation actually going on in Ukraine, I'd be totally behind anyone that tried to sink a fucking oligarch's yacht. That's the good shit. Arms manufacturer on top of that? Yeah. Like, there's no aspect you can look at that from and say that he didn't do the right thing. It's, while we're relatively stable here, we're climbing slightly, but we'll do a quick little external view of this thing. It's a beautiful little jet. So you can really see the glider heritage in its design. I like the, I assume those are handles for pulling it around on the ground. Kind of goofy, but unique. Oh, she's climbing again. I should probably stop using the showcase camera for this, because you don't have any control of the aircraft in the showcase camera. And just use a normal external one. I'm not sure what the range or endurance on this is. It seems like it can stay up for quite a while, because while I was bumming around over Paris, it was like I had plenty of fuel left by the time I landed. Actually, no. No, I'm wrong. I think it flamed out when I was taxiing. Because yeah, my brain's not working. Ignore me, as usual. But it should be enough. I don't know where we're going, we're just going to fly around the coast for a bit. And then land somewhere that looks like an airfield, I guess, once the fuel gets low. Yeah, getting it down to land was interesting, because I had to be throttled right back and dump the air brakes, and even then it didn't want to go down. Werner, thanks for the resub, man. Appreciate it. Where are you flying over? We're just north of Rio. So we took off from Rio, and we're heading up the coast. Looks like a little airstrip down there or something. Interesting. Let's see if we can do a hammerhead. Which way is she gonna go? Let's kick her left. She wants to drop the nose. No, can't quite get her to do a hammerhead. She wanted to drop the nose first. I probably should have kicked the rudder earlier while I still had some speed. I'm not an aerobatic pilot, so I'm not very good at this. Get a bit of altitude now. It probably does. I wouldn't be surprised. That glider DNA would definitely do it some favors. So it's back towards the city down there. Oh, we've got a pretty good view from up here. We're about 12,000, 13,000. Head over to the mountains for a bit, I think, and then turn back south. So the flight I was doing the other day, just to kind of de-stress a little after hell scrolling all day, I did a flight from Sarajevo up to Belgrade, which was some pretty scenery. Kind of made me realize I'd badly underestimated just how mountainous and remote a lot of what used to be Yugoslavia is. So between Sarajevo and basically almost to Belgrade, it's just mountains, and there's like a little village here or there. and then once you get up towards Belgrade, it flattens out into the plains. What are we at now? 18,000. The calibration on the altimeter is a little funky, like the oh, I guess that's about right for 18,000 ish. But yeah, like it climbs reasonably well for being relatively underpowered. I mean, I guess because glider heritage, lots of lift. But once you get up to about 32,000 around there, it just runs out of power. It can't really go above that without stalling. What kind of engine does it have? Mabor, which is like a... I can't remember if it's axial... I think it's axial flow, or it might be centrifugal. I can't remember. But it's a pretty early jet engine. It's very small. Very, very small. It has two of them. Pretty nice view from up here. Hey, Hacker Man. Centrifugal? Yeah, I couldn't remember. They're funny little things. Level it off a bit. So if I was over there, it wouldn't be the best place to have an engine failure, or double engine failure. I do have two of them. We're doing just under 250 indicated, so about 240 knots. There we go. Such a funny looking little thing. You know what that is? I think that's the landing light. Turn that on. Like I said, my French is really extremely rusty, so I don't remember what most of this shit means. Yes, it is a Fuga Magister. Good eye. That's exactly what we're flying. I got it fairly recently, and I quite enjoy it. So there's Rio down there. That's the airport there where we took off from. We still got plenty of fuel, so we might just keep heading south. That's a compass light. Okay, we'll leave that on. Getting some clear air turbulence up here. A little bumpy. There's the city below us on our left. Rolling hills below on our right, and then it flattens out again over there in the distance. Quite interesting terrain around here. Like, you got these really tall, jagged mountains, and then it's mostly flat around them. Or, like, you know, kind of rolling low mountains. Still sitting at full tilt just because the engines are a bit weedy, and also we're up high, so we'll be sipping fuel anyway. Sitting at 21,000 feet currently. Yeah, cheers Vanel. Likewise, man. Likewise. Hopefully things will work out in the end. Sleep well. Doesn't it feel weird to move your head but still be looking at the monitor? You get used to it. I got used to it pretty fast. Like, I've had track IR for probably about 12 years now, so it's natural to me now. Like, when I watch videos of people playing flight sims, I unintentionally head track around, just watching a video, like, so it gets normal after a while. It didn't take me that long to adjust to, probably about a week or two. It becomes second nature. See, like a, I know it's probably not a fault line, but like the mountains all run parallel. Yeah, it's quite cool. Oh, bit of flicker there. It's probably loading in scenery. So the Ice Age Glacier is left behind? Ah. Pretty. A bit of weather up ahead of us. We're above it, but it'll be a little interesting when I go down to land. Remember right from like 5th grade geography. Hey man, it's something. There's actually there's a river running through that. Looks like they dammed it up down there. Makes sense, I guess. Got about 2/3 of our fuel left, which isn't bad considering I've been full throttle the whole time. Actually lost a little bit of altitude because of the turbulence, and also because my trim's a little off now. Back up to 20,000 now. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Were you CPU, GPU temps while running MSFS normally? That is a good question. Let me check real quick. Currently, my CPU is running at 84 Celsius. It's a 5800X, so it does run a little hot normally. And my video card is sitting at 55 Celsius. That's a 3070. $5800s naturally run hot. It's rare to see it less than about 80 or 85 when it's actually under load. And that's without me overclocking or doing any fuckery with it. That's just factory settings. They're known for running hot, apparently. I also like I don't have a really overkill cooling system. I've got a decent cooler, like just an air cooler. And then my case has quite good airflow, but I haven't got like any liquid cooling or anything. It's just a fan. Yeah, this thing was a 1950s jet. Based on a glider. And when I was a kid in the UK, we used to go to air shows pretty often. These things were always present. Like, these are an air show favourite in Europe. There's still quite a few of them flying. The sounds on this thing are really good. Really, really good. And you'll notice, DCS players, because we're low over mountains, how much the aircraft's getting thrown around by the air. Which, you can imagine if DCS actually simulated weather properly, the growling Sidewinder server meta of valley crawling would maybe be a little more difficult, a little more unnerving. What be this? This be a Fuga Magister, and we're flying around Brazil at the moment. We're doing the meme, we're going to Brazil. It is modeled correctly, as far as I can tell. I mean, they've shown in their latest update video about how they're doing the flight modeling, they've shown they're actually running CFD in real time, which I thought was a meme. I didn't think you could do that. I mean, it's not as detailed as full CFD, but they're doing it to at least some capacity in real time, so... But it's not just a canned effect. It's not just a canned effect, because I have flown behind a tree line when the wind was blowing from the other side of it, and it's caused turbulence. Being in, like, the lee side of tall buildings causes turbulence. Flying over a mountain, as you fly, like, you know, following the wind, shall we say. As you follow the wind over a mountain, on the way up, you'll get pushed over it, and on the way down, you'll get thrown down into the valley floor. This game natively supports gliders. Like, it doesn't have any in the vanilla game, but people have made glider modules. I actually have a couple. It doesn't simulate thermals natively yet, but there are apps that add on thermals to the game, like they integrate with the game and add thermals. But if you just stay over a mountain range, you can glide pretty much as long as you want without ever having to come down, as long as there's enough wind. So, like, MSFS absolutely simulates that stuff. Meanwhile, in DCS, as much as I love DCS, we can't even have more than 3 layers of controllable wind and then one that's tied to the base wind, and 3 layers of clouds, and that's all we have in DCS. No, and canned turbulence over the entire map. Turbulence is either on or off for the entire map in DCS. We have no actual, like, if you fly into a thunderstorm in MSFS, you will die. Like, you can see in this sim why flying into a thunderstorm is a really fucking bad idea. In DCS, if you fly into a thunderstorm, nothing happens. A quarry or a mine or something under us? Quarry, like they're stripping away the top of the hill or something. It downdrafts it. Yep. Mm-hmm. And they're fucking terrifying. I've flown into thunderstorms in this a few times and it was an extremely unpleasant experience. And just when you think you've got it out of its clutches and you've climbed above the weather, it sucks you back down into it and spits you out the bottom. It's really scary. Like, you know, there's no risk of actually dying because it's a sim, but if you've been flying for an hour or two and you want to land, it's fucking scary because you might not. Just below half fuel, so we'll start looking for somewhere to land soon. I'm going to give it a try, just flying the storm in a super light plane. I've flown into storms in the Spitfire and the F4U Corsair, and it was supremely unpleasant in both of them. Are there scenario flights like the old MSFS games? Yeah, there's like bush pilot challenges, there's landing challenges, there's scenic flights, there's all sorts of stuff. Like, if you want to just play it casually as a sightseeing game, it's very much sort of capable of doing that. In fact, it's kind of tailored to doing that. And here we are, we're back on the coast. We're a little south of Rio now, I think. Should be after that. That should be Rio there on the horizon. It's playing purely VFR. It does have radio navigation. We've got our Bendix set. I guess that'd be a Bendix set, it looks like one. Down there, it's got a couple other little navigation things. I think this might even be a TACAN, possibly? Oh no, that's not a TACAN, that's normal. I'm dumb, disregard me. But we do have radio now, so it's not pure VFR. Look at those lakes behind us. It's quite cool. Alright, let's see if I can do a hammerhead now. Oh, she doesn't want to do it. She doesn't want to do it, she wants to drop the nose. We almost got one. We almost got one. So I guess to do a hammerhead, I'd need to kick the rudder sooner. It probably isn't very good at hammerheads, to be honest, because of the V-tail. Maybe the real plane's better at it, I don't know, but in this it certainly doesn't like doing them. It's very responsive, very light on the controls. How the torque effects in the World War II birds, do the hammerheads and tail slides work right? They're not perfect yet, but they are releasing improved propeller dynamics with the next big sim update, so they should get better. The biggest issue with the Warbirds right now is ground handling, because they don't support free castering wheels properly. So for instance, in the Spitfire, you go to take off, and the plane tracks perfectly straight until the tail lifts off the ground, and then it just immediately tries to bury itself beside the runway. So you got to kind of preempt it. It's really weird and counterintuitive. It does model, like, torque, P-factor, all that stuff, but it's not quite there yet. Oh, that's what that 4 gig patch was. Okay. That's good then. I was hoping that would come out soon. Glide down to about stall speed and crank on the power in a World War II bird. Does it do the right things? You'll notice, yeah. It probably won't do it fully correctly until devs start implementing the new patch, but it will do something. Like torque is very noticeable, especially. It's kind of made me realize the virtues of the Spitfire's spade grip, the way it's pivoted at the top. So you can just hold it and kind of hold it over to one side, because flying the Spitfire in this with a normal stick is really annoying, because I have to hold it just slightly out of center detent in roll to stop the aircraft from rolling around. It's a little airfield over there. Frames will chug a little bit in places, it's just because I'm streaming. It's difficult to get a setup with OBS that plays nice with MSFS and DCS, because each sim tends to load up a different part of the PC, resource-wise, and OBS will fight with them. So you may notice performance drops in places, it's just because I'm streaming. It usually runs a lot better when I'm not. Did any of you try the Google Maps mod? A couple of my regular viewers have, I haven't. So the reason I haven't is, aside from the fact I don't want to fuck with things about, you know, like what web service it's trying to contact, especially if like Google blocks that pathway or Microsoft blocks that pathway. I don't want to lose my scenery. Is that the airport? I think it is. I haven't done it because if you look at the way the Bing Maps imagery is done, it might be, you know, out of date, or it might be lower resolution, but it's color matched to the rest of the scenery in the game. So, for instance, if they had satellite imagery that was taken in winter in a place that gets snow, they'll, like, the AI has tried to color shift it to match greenery. Whereas if you use the Google images, they'll be higher resolution, they might be more up to date, but they won't color match, so you'll have bands of, like, autumn colors, winter colors, summer colors, like nothing will match. It's a song that's playing right now. It's from a Soviet Wave compilation, but I don't remember the name of the actual song. Reflection Soviet Wave mix, so it's somewhere in there, about 7 minutes in. Quite a few of the songs in these mixes are songs that probably a lot of people would have heard, but they've been remixed or like kind of riffed on. So for instance, I think the one that opened this mix, or the one before it, was partly taken from The Death of Heroes by Eduard Artemiev from the Siberiad soundtrack, which is quite common. That song gets sampled a lot in like electronic music, I've noticed. Like, back when I used to play World of Tanks with Hardest, back when he streamed that, he had a song that was, it was like a fucking rave mix or something. I'm like, why does that sound so familiar? Like, this isn't the type of music I normally listen to, but I know this song. Why do I know this song? And then I realized it was sampling the melody out of The Death of Heroes. About a quarter fuel. We'll go say hi to Jeebus again, and then we'll land, I think, at that little airfield we saw. There's another airfield there, actually. We'll buzz the town and then go up. So this isn't photogrammetry, this is just default sort of auto-gen scenery. It does have some landmarks placed down, but this is auto-gen. Kind of surprised they don't have photogrammetry for a city this major. But then again, like the cities that do have photogrammetry seem to be completely random. That'll be a landmark, that building down there. Yeah, that's a landmark. Yeah, absolutely. I noticed as well, like the photogrammetry of Newcastle, that's Australian Newcastle where I used to live, there he is still about 10 years out of date, whereas when I checked Google Maps the other day, the photogrammetry of my parent, or not photogrammetry, sorry, the 2D images, the satellite images of my parents' farm are no older than about 2 or 3 years old, because the shed that Dad and I built just recently is in them. And my parents live out in the middle of fucking nowhere, so I don't know why they bothered to update that. For an autogen, it's great, but the fly over your house promises are bullshit. To be honest, I mean, like, even houses that I used to live in that are autogen, like the one in Caversham, for instance, I know which house it is. Once I find the right area, it's a little harder than it would be if it was photogrammetry, but once I find the right street, I can find my house. My previous house in Newcastle, that was photogrammetry, so I can easily find it. Cheers for follow, Grandpa Gamer. The place I lived in, Bathurst, I can easily find it because it's part of it was part of a large commercial complex right in the center of town, so it's not difficult. I found my current place of residence quite easily. This is auto-gen in MSFS, but I found it within like 2 minutes. Yeah, they're placed, shaped, and sized accurately, and the color of the roof is often accurate as well. So if you go to... I did a flight, not on stream, but I was buzzing around exploring North Korea and posted shit in Discord, because that's, like, nobody goes there. I'm curious what it looks like. And they have a lot of blue roofs in Pyongyang for some reason. Like, they really like the color blue, I guess. Or just the factory that builds roofing panels only uses blue paint. And that's reflected in the sim. Even if the shape of the buildings isn't right, the roofs are all blue. Apoc V, cheers for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, we probably should land. We're getting pretty low on fuel. Let's land at that airport down there, actually. That little guy down there. I'm not sure what the wind's doing at the moment, and we are not on comms anyway, but I'll come in the other way. I'll come in over the bay. Just because when I took off, that was the direction the wind was going. Can you land on that bridge? Probably not. Even flying under bridges is questionable at times. Some bridges you can fly under, some bridges you'll hit an invisible wall. It really depends on the scenery. You can definitely land, like, you can do bush plane stuff, you can land in fields and so on. But it's kind of sketchy. Like, it's really inconsistent. I mean, I probably could land on that, to be honest, I just don't want to risk it. Might try it offline sometime. And there's a gap between them, it's two bridges next to each other, so I'd have to be perfectly lined up. Another plane there in front of us. So once we've landed this, we'll grab the F-35 and we'll go to Norway. Because I did promise Sabre I'd do a flight in the 35 on here, and Polar was around earlier, so we'll do Norway. Ooh, windy. That's probably because of the buildings beneath us. It's hitting the buildings and going up. Actually, isn't that building a church? The fucking cone of silence there, isn't that a church? I seem to recall that Brazil has, like, a brutalist architecture church in Rio, which is conical in shape. That might be it. Lucas would know if he was around. Bored with just flying after a while. Are there games in this aside from the scenarios? No, there's like transport systems. So there are mods that you can start up your own little air transport company and do shit like that. There's no combat, as you might guess. There are some third-party modules that allow you to shoot things, but it's just for show. It doesn't actually do anything. Metropolitan Cathedral, aha. But yeah, like, there's scenarios you can set up for yourself. You know, it doesn't have to be just flying around with nothing to do. I haven't got a lot of experience landing this plane, so this could be a bit sketchy. We'll take the right-hand runway since it looks a little wider. They're both about the same length. And hopefully we'll have enough space to roll out. Are there any Steam achievements? Yes, there are. I love those air brakes, they're so cool. I wouldn't say it's Souls-like. A lot of the Steam achievements is stuff like spend X amount of hours flying, you know, visit Y amount of places, that sort of thing. They're not like super hard to get. But the game also has its own stat tracking for, like, amount of time flown, amount of time spent upside down, like, lowest speed without crashing, whatever. Yeah, it's a sim. You basically make your own content. But you do have the whole world to explore, so, you know... Flying... One of the reasons that I didn't play FSX that much is because, other than some of the military aircraft I had, there wasn't much reason for me to. I couldn't afford to buy enough scenery to really visit many places. And the scenery I did have was either inaccurate or got old fast. The default scenery was pretty shit. But in this, you have at least reasonable scenery for the entire world, except for places where there was really bad cloud cover. So, like, northern Russia is just, forget it. There's nothing up there, because it's permanently under cloud. But anywhere the satellites could see... Philippine Airlines? Anywhere that satellites could see, there is scenery for, and it's at least reasonable. Like, that's the big thing with this sim, is for the price of admission to the game, which is, you know, Game Pass or whatever the sale price for it is, you have reasonable scenery for the entire planet, a good flight model, you know, maybe not the best, but quite good. You've got really good weather simulation. All the stuff you used to have to spend hundreds, if not thousands of dollars on for other sims, you get for the basic asking price in this sim. As long as the service stay up. That is Philippine Airlines. I fucking knew I recognized that livery. I have some stories about flights out here as a kid when we still lived in the UK on Philippine Airlines. The Magical Mystery Tour, where what should have been a 2-day flight took us a week. I'm surprised they still exist. Hopefully they're doing better than they were in the fucking early 90s. Jesus Christ. Malaysia. Man, their reputation got shat on so fast. Like, as if the disappearance of a passenger jet full of passengers wasn't bad enough, then flying over a fucking active war zone and getting hit by a book. Oof. No, it wasn't their fault, but, you know... On the other hand, it goes to show why you don't take chances and fly over a war zone, and thank fuck nobody is doing it this time, because Ukrainian air defense has been shooting at anything that moves. Okay. Shutdown procedure for this, I don't remember. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna cut fuel to the engines. Whoop, I said cut fuel to the engines. It's kind of difficult to get the fuel levers. And those buttons are the igniters, so we technically should have pushed that first. There we go. So the engine's down, we'll turn the ECS off, we'll get rid of the lights. Get rid of that, whatever it is, get rid of those. Probably should have put the flaps away before shutting the engines down, but whatever. Turn all of this stuff off. Battery off. And then, to open the canopy in this, it should be that. And then I don't remember how you actually... open the canopy, to be honest. That's the lock for it, I think. Yeah, that's the lock for the canopy, so to open it... Oh, that's right, you click, I think, back here. Yeah, on that. And that opens it. There we go. And we'll, to open the back canopy, I could hop in the back and do it manually, but what we'll do is we will bring up the little thing here, and we'll open the rear canopy, if it'll register my click. The tablet on this is kind of janky at times, it doesn't really always register your clicks. There we go. Registered that one. And we can hide the tablet again. And there's our little Magister. It's quite a pretty plane. It's a really, like... I'd never heard of the devs that made this before, but it's quite nicely made. It looks really good, it sounds good. Like I said, some of the click functions in the cockpit aren't synchronized to actual controllers. So when I use my flap switch on the HOTAS, it doesn't show in the cockpit on the actual flap switch. It does on the indicator, but not on the switch. So I think that's something they could improve, but overall it's a really nice little module, so I'm pretty happy with it. Anyway, that will do us for that flight, so let's go back to the main menu. Did a BD5 microjet before this, it wasn't great. I did see the microjet. I didn't actually look up any reviews or anything, so I don't know how that was. Revising that with what they've learned since, that's good to see. That is good to see. Time for F-35s over Norway. It is indeed, Polar, I haven't forgotten. Where should we fly from, Polar? You're the local tour guide. Oh shit! Chipster! Cheers for the raid, man. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome everybody. We're doing a bit of misfizz at the moment. Grab a 35A. I don't think... Do I have any Norwegian liveries here? Oh, I've got... No. I don't. Yes, I do. Northern experience. Which one do you think would be better for the stream? We'll set full fuel. And we'll leave the center of gravity where it is. So you destroyed us earlier, flying blue. Yeah, it was kind of running like shit. I was getting about 3 frames a second, so I gave up. How's the new update? I haven't tried any of the propeller aircraft that the new prop dynamics apply to yet. We might do that in a bit, but we're just tooling around doing some sightseeing at the moment. Take the Western, so let's fly you out of ENBR. Okay. We'll just take off from the runway because I don't want to have to remember how to start this thing, even though it's literally like 2 switches. Only on the Cessna 152, C-208, 208, and King Air. Okay. Yeah, it was about a 4 gig update for me, so it didn't take too long, thankfully. Although the sim still takes forever to boot up. Fuel dump switches on MFD in case you... Yeah, I know. Hey, Breezewind. Oh, weather kind of poo-poo. I might change the weather just so we can actually see what's going on outside. So we'll set it, let's set it high level clouds, but let's make them a little heavier. And then let's make this interesting. Might be a fog layer or something. Oh no, it's literally... There we go. That looks nice. Let's roll with that. Okay, so... Have a look at delivery. Parking brake. Oh, what? Game server is currently unreachable. Excuse me? Let me just double check that. What do I say? We'll see if it comes back up. Hopefully it'll reconnect. Sometimes the connection gets a little spotty. Parking brake. Off. God, it's so twitchy in roll. So sensitive. Okay. Turn the HMD brightness down a bit. Oh, that's just a toggle. Interesting. So it's not blooming out my vision as much. Oh, go away, ATC. Ain't give a damn. Yeah, we're definitely going to change frequency. We're totally not going to not. Working on a new FM, luckily. Interesting. Yeah, I'll have to keep an eye on that, because it's like the default Misfits Hornet. You can feel there's some kind of fly-by-wire, or attempt to approximate fly-by-wire, but it's not actual fly-by-wire. So it doesn't quite fly the way you'd expect it to. We are breaking everyone's windows right now because I'm actually supersonic. Let's get the aircraft kind of sort of trimmed out, and let's go to external view and have a look. It doesn't want to trim out, it wants to climb now. So that, like, it's not really doing the 1G auto trim thing that it should be. Well, I assume that it should be. I assume it has similar fly-by-wire to most American aircraft that operate using it. The afterburner certainly is in operation. Got to overfly the old World War II German airfield. Let's have a look. Golf course?
Frequency
Hey, Sharko.
change approved. Frequency change. Approved frequency change.
Cheers for the bits, man. Good to see ya. Is that it down there? Like on the flat green area? That would seem to be the best place for an airfield here. I need to see if there's a mod that changes the G sounds so that it sounds less like my pilot's trying to take a really massive shit and more like he's actually, you know, trying not to pass out. I mean, they're funny, but they do get old after a while. Okay, we're gonna come out of burner, because, you know, fuel is nice to have sometimes. Beautiful around here. I have to come visit you sometime, man, when the fucking current shitstorm finally blows over, if it does. Oh, the trim in this is a pain in the ass, because it requires a lot of trim, and it trims very slowly. Like, the trim rate is super slow, like it is with most things in MSFS. I wonder if that's a variable you can change in the flight model files. Because if it is, I might change the trim speed on a few different aircraft to make it more bearable. A little bit of a stutter. Thought they fixed it in the latest update. The latest update for this, I may have missed the email for it. I'll have to check. I'm a bad person and have not really checked my emails for many, many years at this point, so the only time I ever notice something is when it actually pops up on my phone. Like, if people need to get in touch with me urgently, I tell them, do not email me. Phone me or fucking send me a text message instead, otherwise I won't see it. Fly north about 80 kilometers, you'll reach the... I'm not even going to try and pronounce it. Sognefjorden? I don't know. Fjorden. And if you continue south, you'll reach the Hardanger. Okay. Well, let's go south. We'll pick up some altitude while we're at it. And not be in burner. I can't help myself. So there's your fuel dump there. So if I need to dump fuel, I can press that. On my left now. Ah, okay. I guess 80 kilometers goes quick in this thing. It really is beautiful, yeah. I'm going too fast. Danish naval helicopters tended to... Ooh, oof. Somebody needs... This is half the problem. If I fucking stream it now, people will assume I'm a fucking bot or something. But up at Rybachi, which is, like, near Murmansk, there's a fucking P-70 site, an old Lena radar. So those of you who have played DayZ or Arma 3 on the Livonia map, that giant fuck off early warning radar, there's one of those, not here, it's way out further northeast, but up near Murmansk, there's one of those. I think just the blockhouse is left now. I don't think it still has its antenna. It's been out of use for decades. And there's a bunch of SAM sites up there too, which I'd like to go explore sometime. There's an airport down there. that's so pretty. Let's go back into burner and climb a bit. Make a left turn, you'll reach the Folgefonna Glacier. We'll head leftish. Over there, where I'm looking? I assume so, there's a lot of white stuff over there. Where's the actual burner detent in this? Oh man, it's like way past my actual throttle detent. Okay, so this is mil power-ish. Tasking set to 2142. Apparently we had one in this sim. It'd be cool to fly actually, or fly along with even. It's the area where we make electricity for the entire southern half of the country. Interesting. Do they use like, I assume there'd be a lot of hydroelectric around here. Yeah, thought so. Let's see, the satellite imagery's had a bit of a moment with the top of the glacier there. It doesn't look too bad though, like the terrain's pretty consistent, whereas if I was to go fly over Jasper, unless they've updated it, it's really janky. Like there's areas that don't line up with each other elevation-wise. Oh, we're super cruising. I didn't even notice we're super cruising at Mach 1.5. Now, I don't think this module actually simulates the sonic boom yet, but some of them do. Yeah, this one doesn't yet. But we are at Mach 1.5. Another glacier over there. Pick up some altitude. Worst part of the country called Eastern Norway. Surely it can't be that bad, right? I'm not actually sure how far or how high I can get in this thing. I haven't really tried it yet. Doing 1.63 in the climb. Slowly accelerating. There's a bridge down there and a boat. I see a boat. Yep, there is a large bridge below me. $47,000. Interesting, it actually shows me the outside temperature, minus 52 degrees. So if the canopy fell off, we would have a really bad time. Instant frostbite. On the right, you can go snow kiting on the plateau. Would be interesting. Where's Tirpitz? On the bottom of a fucking fjord somewhere? .62. We could go higher, but 51,000. Let's head back to the coast because I want to have somewhere to land when my fuel runs out because I am just sitting in burner like a monkey. Sitting in burner like a Hoggett player. Drop back into Super Cruise.
Отказ систем. Смотри экран.
That did not come up on my alerts for some reason, but thank you. Looks like the alert bot's having a tantrum again. Actually slightly climbing. Yeah, so it's super cruising about 1.5 at the moment at mill power. At this height, anyway. when he watches the VOD, Saber's probably going to crack the shits with me anyway, because I'm flying a 35A and not a 35B. Oh well. Oh yeah, dude, once you're about 50,000 feet in the air, you can see a very long way. So when I used to fly in FSX, I'd fly the English Electric Lightning from Bathurst, and from the air over Bathurst to 50,000 feet, 60,000 feet, I could see as far north as, like, I don't know, like Forster or something, and as far south as the Victorian border. It was crazy. Like, you could see almost the entire eastern part of the state of New South Wales. In fact, you could see almost all of New South Wales, really. $50, 150 kilometers north, we can do that. It won't take us long at this speed. Oh, or we can have a sim crash. Thank you, Ms. Fizz. Yep, sim crash it is. Well, on that note, guys, I think we'll make it a fairly short one today because I'm hungry, I need some lunch, and I also want to catch up with what's been happening. So I'm just going to let the auto host do its thing, I think, but thank you all very much for watching. Next stream will be I don't know when, doing I don't know what. You may have noticed we skipped Armor this week, that's just because I wasn't really in the mood for it. But yeah, probably next stream we'll hopefully get some more DCS in, hopefully it'll be a little more cooperative, and maybe some more Misfizz. Closer to Rome than the wreckage of Tirpitz. That is pretty interesting, actually. Really interesting. I guess it makes you think about the scale of the world more. But yeah, thanks for watching, guys. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day. Stay safe. Hopefully things don't get too much more grim in the world, and I'll see you on the next one.